Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi there. Greetings and all that. Welcome. Salutations. Mr. and Mrs. America, wherever you are. All the ships at sea. I'm Alan. Hi. Thanks for showing up. Say hello to Bill Squire, who's right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs, everyone. Thanks for listening to and watching this episode of the Alan Cox Show. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share a cold one with the boys.
Hey, there's Mary Santora.
Hi, guys. No babies.
Slightly gussied.
Yeah.
You've got a show tonight.
Yeah, 2 shows tonight at the Funny Stop.
You have to go right from here?
Yes.
Oh, boy.
It's been a morning. I've been
All
running
right.
and...
Getting everything down.
Yes.
Right. But, you know, you are kind of the flip side right now of the coin where Bill is, where you are all stressed out in preparation for recording your album.
Yes.
That's all done.
Yes.
It's been done.
Mm-hmm.
He's... I don't know. Are you stressing out about this weekend, Bill?
You
want it to go well, obviously.
I want it to go well, and there's, still tickets available. I wish it would sell out. That'd be nice. That'd be a nice thing. But
How many tickets? Like 7 or like 30?
I have no idea. I don't have access to the... So, I think... From what last I talked to the comedy club, I think Friday's got about 30 or 40, and then Saturday's got about 20, and then I don't know about Sunday at all.
Yeah, Sunday's Mother's Day, and we were talking about gifts yesterday. Poundcake's back behind the glass.
Afternoon, white people. Happy TBT.
We were talking about Mother's Day yesterday, where he was getting his mom like a Santa. His mom is way into Santa. And, if he had really given it some thought, he would have bought his mother tickets for the Bill Squire album taping.
Obviously.
Exactly.
On Mother's Day.
Why wouldn't event.
Today's National Nurses Day, and your mom, Angela Bassett, is a nurse. Why don't you take her to the Bill Squire album recording?
Because it's going to be...
For Mother's Day. Say, Mom, this is how much I love you. I'm going to take you to a clean comedy show.
She does enjoy Bill, because Bill came to my grad party, and they have a pic together, which I always like to tease her about, and I post it almost every Mother's Day or like her birthday or something, because I find it hilarious. But
See,
no.
she has an affinity for him, so you think it would
Would
really...
be Derek Huff all over
Yeah,
again.
Derek Huff all over again.
No,
You can make it up.
Yeah. You didn't give me Derek Huff, and you didn't give me Bill Squire.
I'm already going. I don't want to have to deal with her, because I already have to...
I don't want to have to deal with my mom.
She doesn't,
On Mother's Day.
she doesn't
On
drive the
Mother's
highway, so I'm
Well, I
gonna,
assume you would drive. You'd pick her up. You'd squire her,
seeing
if
her
you'll pardon the
tomorrow.
pun. Huh?
I'm seeing her tomorrow.
You're saying that like that's your gift.
It is. I'm not dealing with her mess
presents.
on Mother's Day. Like, she's getting her stuff beforehand.
I got you.
We'll have a nice little dinner.
But you'll see her on Mother's Day.
Yes, but
Yeah.
we are...
Because you said, I don't want to deal with her mess on Mother's Day.
I'm observing Mother's Day on Friday, tomorrow.
Well, you are.
Yes.
But wait. So you will see her on Sunday or you won't?
I will not see her
On Mother's Day.
No.
Interesting.
I will see her on Friday.
Huh. Ryan, you have a chance to take the top spot. If you're listening, you can bring your mom to my show on Sunday and then knock Cody down to number 2.
I'm not going twice.
When are you going to see Bill's show?
Saturday.
Ah.
I had to clear with my boyfriend because I know he has like gigs and stuff. So I was making sure. So, forget that.
Yeah, okay. So you
It's
will...
too much maintenance.
Your mother is.
Driving back and forth.
The single mom who raised, by your account, 2 hellish children on her own.
She knows what type of boys she raised.
Huh?
She knows what type of boys she raised.
Right, I know. But I mean, aren't we all aspiring to kind of be better than... it's like you want... I think back to... I try not to be, as a grown man, I try not to be like too hard on my parents. My parents did a great job with us. They do the best they can. The Catholic stuff and all that, right? Not their fault. They didn't invent it. It's just how we were raised. I'll deal with that on my own, right? My parents are fantastic. Whatever our differences might be in other areas of expertise, that everyone does the best that they can, right? And so I can only assume Poundcake's mom was the exact same way. And so you try to put that into a different perspective, and rather than she knows what kind of boy she raised. She knows, because what reflection is that on her, really? When you go, she knows she raised a narcissistic douchebag. She knows that.
So I'm
what
saying,
kind of reflection is that on her?
I'm saying she did a good job raising us, but she could have did it better.
She could have did it better. I guess she could have taught you grammar and English better, too.
She could have done that better,
She could have did it better.
Read, write, arithmetic.
Wow, okay. She raised us, and she could have been better at it. Maybe it's because she was working all the time and sleeping in the daytime and working overnight.
Whose fault is that?
I don't. Not hers. Is it her? Are you saying it's her fault?
I'm just saying she wanted to have 2 children out of wedlock. That ain't my fault. I didn't ask to be born. I could sue to be born.
He's falling back on the old I didn't ask to be born thing. Did you ever say that when you were a kid? Did you ever get I didn't ask? Well, I know you did. You say it now. I wasn't that kid, boy. I wasn't that kid. I was, Gwen and I were talking last night. Our daughter, she's got a real attitude, but she's 5 years old. That's the age. It's whatever. But you also want to instill in your kids, like, hey, be cool. You know what I mean? Like, nothing is, don't sweat whatever. Be polite to people. Be sweet. Be nice. Don't be greedy. All that stuff.
Make life easier for me because I didn't ask to be here.
Anyway.
But nobody asks. Not one person asked to be here.
And the way I see it is that it's technically better than not being here. I mean, everybody's got their own problems. But when Gwen and I discuss our daughter, she'll be like, I don't want her to be like afraid of us or other people or whatever. And she's absolutely not in danger of that. I go, well, I was raised to be afraid of my parents. Right? In like in a particular way. Same with Bill, I'm sure, because a lot of that's religious based. My parents were
terrified of my dad.
My parents were very spare the rod, spoil the child. Right? I got spanked nonstop from like birth until 8th grade, and that just wasn't me with my kids. Where am I going with this? I'm just saying, Poundcake comes from the I didn't ask to be born thing, which I think is a weird thing, right? Because if he wasn't born, there'd be an empty chair in there. It would be somebody else going,
My dad was the disciplinarian, like he was but when you made my mom mad, that was scarier.
See, my parents were the reverse, because my mom she was at home with us.
Oh, I was at home with us, but there was so many kids, and she just kind of...
Oh, right.
And we weren't, really bad kids, but my dad, when he had to lay down the law, he would. But then every once in a while, we'd push my mom over the edge, and when you push her over the edge, that's when you'd see, seeing her go from, the sweet lady that she is to screaming at us was not something we were used to. My dad yelling, we're like, Dad yells.
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Yeah, no, my mom, neither of my parents yelled, but my mom was the disciplinarian. Although we were really nervous if my dad got in the mix, because she was like, I don't want to bring your dad into this, but I think I will. And we were like, no. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. He's working all day long, comes home.
When we get in trouble, my mom would handle it up until, if my dad was home. And once he started to get bigger and bigger, we would run up the stairs, and he couldn't get up the stairs.
Oh, when he got fat.
Yeah. And so we would be up, he'd be like, get your ass down here. And we would just be standing up there no. I'm not. And he's like, you have to come downstairs at some point. But we're like, I'm not coming down until you're not as mad.
That's called cardio discipline. You could have really gotten him in some kind of shape. So yeah, okay. So you're doing Mother's Day tomorrow. I see you, Bill, on Saturday. So then, what will you do on Sunday? On Mother's Day proper?
Probably nothing.
Nothing. You'll be at home. Is your mom working or anything? Or
don't know.
Okay, don't know. and he's very concerned about it too. Very concerned. I haven't seen my mom since Thanksgiving of 2019. I would love to see my mom. He lives driving distance.
See her tomorrow.
Driving distance. Can see her anytime.
Yeah, but she has a weird schedule.
It's not convenient for him. Just like
I understand.
Just like the vaccine, unless it's made convenient for him, he's not doing it.
Right.
I mean, I have to like go outside, take my keys out of my pocket, put it in the ignition of my car. Make sure I have gas.
There has arguably never been a more convenient time in human history than right now.
Then if I don't have gas, I got to go to the gas station.
Yeah, there's all that.
Mom, you know how you slept 2 hours a day and raised 2 boys on your own? I gotta get gas to come.
Then if there's construction, I take the long way around to get to my mom's house. And if there's like a trash can in the middle of the road, I gotta stop the car, take the trash can, put it on the side of the street, and then get to my mom's house. It's a lot. Okay.
I'm going to take a break. Another $1,000 for... Oh, by the way, there's a new Poundcake podcast for you. If you can't get enough of that, there's more where that came from at AlanCoxShow.com. If you want to text in the break, 35192 to get to me in here. And another chance for you to grab $1,000. You can go fund yourself coming up at 2:30.
The Alan Cox Show.
WMMS.
Two 216-578-1007 if you want to join us live. 800-348-1007, 35192. And AlanCoxShow.com. You can watch there. Thank you to John Red Salabelstone, who is doing the video today. John Red Salabelstone. I think that's the name. I don't know. Boy, those Salabelstones, that's a very affluent family from the east side. They made their money in blood diamonds.
Yes.
So I guess he's trying to give himself a fresh coat of paint on the PR perspective there by helping out with the video department. So
John Red is a name that is gaining in popularity.
John
too.
Red.
Yeah.
Really? It sounds like something from
five.
The Handmaid's Tale. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, well, it's a very popular show. So
I guess so. Yeah. Upbeat, uplifting show.
Yeah, it's the future that we're all looking forward to.
Handmaid's Tale. And here is what I don't understand, by the way. I think it's a little misleading, whether you've read the book or seen the television show. Not one of those girls has an actual tail. And so I think that, I know they have those gowns that probably hide them, but I don't understand where they're coming from with that. Don't get it.
I've never seen the show.
Well, if you're a fan of tails, don't start watching, because you will be sorely disappointed.
It's about these women that just won't get it together. They have everything laid out for them, food, shelter, and they're like, well, we want better.
Everything's right there in front of them. Yeah. Well, a lot of people went to bed last night with the Indians down 4-0. They woke up with a 5-4 win over the Royals. So
yeah, they did.
The Indians are that last game just started, so they're going for the sweep over the Royals. The Indians, Royals, and White Sox are in a 3-way tie for the top of the division right now. It's very exciting.
It is. I like
5-4 yesterday. If they win today, they will have swept the Royals,
which is great.
It's amazing. I don't know if people thought they were going to do that. 1 a.m. Another classic hammy call. Is there anything better than a Tom Hamilton baseball call?
No.
In the city of Cleveland.
And the payoff pitch. And it's swung on and hammered to right. Down the line it goes. Gone! And the Indians have a 5-4 lead. And Wade Davis just got beat with a pull side homer. Incredible.
Tell you what, those pole side homers. That was that Simpsons spinoff that never got off the ground. Somebody asked me in the break, Alan, when Bill fell on the stairs at Hilarities, did he say, "Oh, good Lord"? Or the classic Kelsey Grammer clip from like 15 years ago. Poor Kelsey Grammer. Yeah.
Oh, good Lord.
It was one of those stages, we've probably all been on, the stages that have like those keyhole... the stage kind of has like those keyhole teeth. It's not a straight flush like front of a stage for whatever reason. Right. It's got like these indentations, and he was walking and talking and fell into one many, many years ago. And he fell. Oh, good Lord. And then his coterie of assistants come around him and try to help.
Trip through It's a Small World pretending I was a UN interpreter. Oh, good Lord.
Yeah, I did not have
Poor
an
Kelsey.
oh, good Lord. I just...
good.
Probably just a gasp and then put my fist up to welcome the other comic coming down from stage. And I just like, hey, there you go. And then got up and made a joke about it and then forgot Sam's name.
I'm proud of myself for not falling in public where people could see me recently. But no, I'm saying I have done it, but it's been a long time. I don't remember the last time. I think
fell off that scooter.
Damn! You had to remind me. Damn! I was gonna say
unless you were in a hotel.
I was like, it's been at least 2 years since I've fallen.
That was about 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Like I fall all the time, but people don't see me. Like I'll be walking up here into the studio, and I'll trip over the sidewalk. And I'm like, first look around, make sure there's no one in the windows. And I'm talking like back by Rockside. I'm like, can anybody see me?
I had a fall.
Why do you care?
Well, the first thing
because the worst thing about the thing about falling is not even the falling itself. It's being embarrassed and knowing that people have seen you fall.
But why are you embarrassed?
I laugh so hard when I fall because I love watching people fall down.
It's not funny.
Oh my God, it's my favorite thing. As long as you're not like really hurt, Oh my God!
Yeah,
I had a
slipping
real
on
bad
ice
spill.
or, yeah.
I had a bad ice spill 2020. Bozo hadn't salted the back lot yet, and I had a drink in my hand and everything. And I took 2 steps out, and it was like a banana peel in a cartoon. And I laid
Well, this
flat.
is the
on
Banana
my,
City.
Yeah, I laid flat on my back, and my drink went everywhere. And I'm laughing hysterically, and I'm looking around like, did anybody else see that? Like, is there anyone I can connect with about this?
Please
fall?
tell me you filmed that.
I wish.
Yeah.
I would
Well, that's the first thing
again.
when I popped up, I go over to the microphone and I'm like, please tell me you got that on the cameras, because they have the camera system at Hilarity.
Yeah.
But they had it too tight to get like the wide shot of me falling. That would have been very nice to have.
So tight over there. You know Bill likes it loose. Keep that frame don't keep it so tight. No, you said
loosen up.
Loosen that frame.
In the transitions, you should have a wide shot.
Right.
And they know that.
Yes. Somebody's going on and somebody's coming off. Man.
Yeah, my favorite. There's a couple customers when I'm having rough days that'll send me videos of people falling, and I'm telling you, dude, it fixes it every single time. I will laugh until I cry.
Especially in the age of the boomerang.
Yes.
Where they can get right back up and fall again, and get right back up and fall again.
They're so good. Or
in constant succession.
The age of the Ring camera, the Ring doorbell, because those catch so many people like going out to get a package in the morning and just eating it.
Yeah,
I love it.
That's right. So what you should do, Poundcake, if you'll take the suggestion, is you should look around and say, did anybody get that? Somebody tell me you got that, and you'll send it to me. And then you'll find out no one saw it at all.
Okay.
And then you won't worry anymore. They'll go, saw what? Me fall. Oh, I didn't see anybody fall.
I had a spill on the Hilarity stage a couple years ago. It was probably 2018. I was walking up to stage, and same thing. I don't know if I missed the last step or if my toe caught on the stage or something.
My toe caught. That's what got me.
My toe caught on the stage. I had a glass of wine in my hand, and I just immediately
There's
fell.
always wine in your hand.
The wine went all over my shirt, all over the front of the stage. It was a real mess. So that I was a little bit annoyed because now I ruined a shirt, and I have 25 minutes that I have to stand here covered in wine and act like I don't look ridiculous.
Guys, this is a snapshot of my life right here. Me
really
covered
was.
in wine.
I got off stage and the manager was like, "How drunk are you?" And I was like, "I swear it's my first drink," because I like tripped and fell, and this was in my heavy drinking days.
I'll
so.
start ordering the white.
Right.
I'm sorry. I asked for a Riesling, and they gave me a something.
Cab.
They gave me a cab. Call me a cab is what I said, and this is what they handed to me.
I hate when I'm unbalanced and I fall. Like when there's ice on, like on our front steps when I was in college, because college students, we don't do what we're supposed to do. We don't ice or we don't salt the front of the house. So I'm walking out and I got my backpack full of books, heavy books.
Even in college, everybody's just taking their chances on the front step in the wintertime?
Yeah, so I just like step down and I just fall and I land and my backpack is sliding, so my legs are kind of like dangling. So I just go down and I don't have enough.
We should just have a drone follow you everywhere you go. Like we should just have a drone filming you at all times.
The Poundcake pod?
Yes.
Poundcake in the wild.
But yeah, no, my backpack was so heavy I couldn't get up by myself. I had to like roll over like a beetle bug.
Beetle bug.
Really?
Like a turtle.
I couldn't get up. I was like, I think they're going to have to call 911.
Somebody pulled me all the way to the curb, so there's some kind of friction, and then I can stand up.
Oh, God, it was awful. My backpack and my papers are all... I didn't do my homework anyways, but my papers are all wet.
He didn't do his homework anyway. Doesn't salt the step, doesn't do his homework. He's a real go-getter. Alan, if Mary had a lid on that damn drink, it would not have gone everywhere. It's like you in the car.
Yeah.
With these glasses in the car.
Sorry.
Good gravy.
I can't help it.
I just imagine Mary in a car with a champagne flute. Like, oh.
That's what it is that day.
Uh-huh.
Eat a bowl of cereal.
I got $1,000 here for you. All right, we got plenty of chances for you throughout the day and the week to go fund yourself. Each one of these keywords has a grand attached to it, and who couldn't use that? So listen and good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword laugh at WMMS.com. That's laugh. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
Alan Cox Show After Hours line. You can always leave us a message there anytime. It's 216-986-8903.
Yo, Alan, it's your boy, Tony B. Greasy.
Hey, Tony B. Greasy. Where's that guy been? We usually see them at events, I guess.
Yeah.
Tony B. Greasy.
Thinking when you were talking about extending the Poundcake sports break update. I was hoping you were going to say you were going to put it in podcast because, what better way to get all your sports updates in a manageable 90-second podcast?
That might not be a bad idea. We'll do the Poundcake Sports Break podcast. 90 seconds.
Or Bill can just cut them and, they're already on the YouTube page, so...
Supercut them into a podcast.
Cool, I'll just do more things.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't have to, but I'm saying, I know you do the clips anyway, so... I mean,
I can cut them into that. That's not that hard to do. I can do that if you want.
If you want, if it's what the fans want.
He doesn't want.
No, okay. I'll do it. It's a good idea. I can cut those up pretty simply. So
okay, well, up to you.
We'll put a little thing together.
In a manageable 90-second podcast. Anyway, also you were talking about Shaq's booger. I work in a warehouse, and it can be dusty. And sometimes when you come home and blow your nose, it looks like you're blowing Venom from MCU coming all up out your nostrils. All right.
Yeah, I guess if you work in a warehouse, I mean, if you've got booger nuclei in your nose, like one of my jobs I had when I was a young man was I was on the crew that cleaned a bakery. So the bakery people come in very early because they're making donuts and cakes and things like that. So donuts in the morning and cakes by design or whatever. And so we would get in around noon. We'd work like noon to 7 cleaning this bakery. And these women, they just leave it. However, it's not their job to clean it up, so everything's disgusting every day. And it's just, it's not sawdust or working in a warehouse, but it's similar like you're sucking. Yeah, flour. Flour's everywhere. So eventually, but under normal circumstances, I'm not a booger guy. I don't have that kind of stuff.
Snot rocketing out cupcakes and torts. And
yeah, I certainly was. Yeah. Hey, could you make me one of those with my daughter's name on it? She's turning 5 tomorrow.
Truffle.
Here you go. Yeah.
This was supposed to have custard. Oh, hold on. Got it.
Well, I was reading a thing too, and you take this with a grain of salt, if you will. But they did some big study over in Japan, and they found a correlation between men with large noses were packing, is what they say. Now, the fact that they did this study in Japan calls the data potentially into question, but they looked at a few hundred cadavers, and
check out dead men's peens.
I know, publisher perish. Who knows what people are doing to stay, in the academic realm or whatever. Somebody said, let's figure out if there's a correlation between noses and penises. It's probably not the first of its kind, by the way.
It would just make me angry if I saw like a cadaver with like a large.
You saw what?
Cadaver?
I mean, I
cadaver
just said the word.
Cadaver.
You're thinking, do you say abracadaver when you're doing up-close magic at home?
Cadaver.
Abracadaver.
Right. But you first said cadaver.
Yes, I did.
Why did you say that?
I don't know.
Okay. They found that guys with bigger noses were packing bigger dongs. So.
But they're dead people.
They
did a study on dead people
yeah.
because there's growers and showers,
Well, but you pull it out, and that's the length of it.
Wait, too, though, depending on how old they are, because your nose and your ears never stop growing.
These were middle-aged men, they said.
Oh. Well, then that negates my point.
I mean, I doubt that they were doing, dead kids.
Well, I know,
I mean,
but
that would give you a weird reading.
No, but, old men have really big noses.
Yep. Yeah.
So
I don't know. I really don't know. Everyone always says that there's tricks to find out what's predictable. Like our thing, the gay community is always it's always the tall, skinny twinks that or like the short, skinny twinks. Either tall, skinny twinks or short, skinny twinks have the largest members. And I'm like, there's always exceptions to the rule because I would hate to be the one person that's tall and skinny and then not have the large D. So I've been around and I don't think there's any way to predict it.
Well,
honestly.
Isn't that something that black guys have to deal with, where if you're not
extremely packing,
they're like, well, it's pretty big, I guess, but it's not what I was expecting.
Yeah. So I don't think there's no plan is foolproof. I really don't, because I used to look at the thumbs, the thumb and index finger, and then the noses.
They used to say ring finger. There was supposedly some correlation between the two.
The big toe. I searched everything.
Big toe.
Big toe.
Yeah, or the size of your nipple. I'm like, all right, I'm looking at. I'm literally inspecting these. He's like, "What are you doing?" I'm just.
Well, here's the thing too.
You can just look at it.
Yeah, it's not that hard to get a guide to just show you it.
Right.
Just whip it out and show you.
I know, but I want to know if there is like if I do if I look at 3 guys' nipples and their nipples are like a certain size and it matches their D. I'm like, all right, I found it. I found the way to find out if the guy's D is big.
I mean, correlation's not exactly causation.
It's one nipple that's bigger than the other. If one nipple's bigger than the other, then they have a large member.
The thing that jumped out at me, though, because the study was done in Japan, the thing that jumped out at me, a little factoid, was that the average penis size in Japan is 4.5 inches.
Isn't that the average size everywhere?
Oh, I don't think so. That sounds pretty small. 4.5 inches?
No, it is.
I mean, average, which means there are some smaller and some a little bit bigger, but I don't think
that hurts, man.
That 4.5 is any kind of global average.
Every time we've talked about this, and
Fits into an Asian stereotype that some people find extraordinarily unfair.
Every time I come in contact with like a small penis, I always feel like I have to do.
I like how he says "come in contact with."
Right.
Well, because I always feel like I have to
you
do
kind of
extra...
seek it out, though, right? You don't just like turn the corner and it's right in your
but
face.
Like, if it's a guy that I was like ready to get down with, and he's like all excited, he really wants to be with me, and we get down to business, and then I see that the member is small, I'm like, oh man, I feel so bad. I just want to put the works on him. I'm like,
think of how straight gals feel.
4.59 is the average worldwide.
Really?
Yeah.
4.5 is the global average?
That hurts.
I thought it was bigger than that.
According to Healthline.com.
I thought it was 5.5 or 6.
I thought it was like 5.5 or 6.
Oh, that's not.
No.
Yeah, but 5.16 is the average length of an erect penis.
So then 4.5 non-erect probably makes more sense.
The average, really?
I didn't realize I was a little bit of a size queen until my most recent hoe phase. After I got out of my relationship in 2017.
Yeah, but it also doesn't make you a size queen to not but want to be dealing with like pinky dinkies all the time either.
Well, you say that, and then people are like,
you're de-shaming. Like, what if I talked about your boobs? Or what if I talked about how loose you were? Or something like that.
Yeah, because guys never shame girls' breasts.
No, or our
or their bodies.
Right, or anything. Or, right.
The way we tell stories,
gentlemen.
or that we cry too much, or don't cry enough, or the fact that we never pick up tabs, or we want to be independent and pick up a tab that makes us a bitch.
Wait, who has ever said you don't cry enough?
My Lexapro. I haven't cried in over a week, and I don't even know what's going on.
So it's working.
I hate it.
Why? Because you're not crying?
Because I feel like I want to cry, and I can't. Like, I get just as... But it's good because...
He can't get any fluid out of himself either.
Right. Well, that was what was contributing to the morning that I was having, is because, like, for a couple of days, I've felt really weird and emotional, but there's no release. And I'm like, ugh, this is why I like crying, because at least you get a little bit of catharsis. And this is like... You never really get to the... I haven't had a panic attack in a week either, though. And I was having like 3 a week for 2 months straight.
Well, then it sounds like the benefits outweigh the cost.
They do, and it's only been a week, and I have to give it 6 weeks. And so,
I hate this. No panic attacks and no crying.
What the
This
hell?
is terrible.
Those are the things that make me special.
No,
I was the panic attack crying lady.
I am very happy I haven't had a panic attack. But you start to feel yourself get there, and then it just doesn't happen. Which is also Cody's experience, but
So you're having panic retreat, is what
I
you're
guess,
having.
yeah.
You're
Like
right up to the precipice, and then you pivot and jete back to cool.
Some panic.
Well, I'm gonna start taking it in the
panic
morning.
sparring.
I was taking it at the same time as my birth control, just because it's easy. One alarm, take both my pills. But like I wake up in the morning, and because I think it's like worn off, I feel weird and kind of shaky in the mornings.
Huh.
But I'm gonna start taking it in the morning instead.
All right.
Anyway, back to penis size.
She likes them big.
I do.
They don't. I get
Very happy and fulfilled.
I'm gonna put that on Mary's list along with Tom Hanks is a good actor.
Back to penis size. I like them big.
I like them big.
Regular is just fine. Like
regular if you know what to do with it.
But me, it does. I like to look at them and do other
poke
stuff.
it?
Yeah, I don't necessarily have to have sex.
And it's like a really, really hard one. Also good.
I'm good with a semi.
9
It's
short
also-
ones over 1 long one? No.
I'm good with a semi as long as it doesn't run him down on the beach.
Right.
He does not.
It can run me down on the beach.
Like, yeah!
Never had that done before.
Okay, I gotta take a break. If you want to text 35192 and AlanCoxShow.com, you can watch there if you like and listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Checks.
877-578-1007. To get to us live, 800-348-1007. 35192. Send me a text. AlanCoxShow.com for all the other stuff. A big, and I'm not being hyperbolic here because I'm very excited about this. I just can't say anything about it now. A big concert is coming to Cleveland this fall.
Simon and Garfunkel.
I asked you not to say anything. It's just Garfunkel. This fall, big show back to Cleveland because they have been here before. Last time I saw them, it was phenomenal. And they're coming back this fall. Jason is going to have all the details for you tomorrow morning at 10:40. So make a mental or otherwise note of that. So 10:40 tomorrow morning near the top of his show, or first hour of his show, he's going to have the details for you.
All right. It's not really Simon and Garfunkel or just Garfunkel. It's the butterfly people. The sugar, my baby.
the butterfly people. Crazy Town.
Yeah.
I said Crazy Town, but my mic wasn't on.
Sure you did. Anyway.
Here we go.
Come, my baby. Come, my baby. Shifty Shell Shock was the guy there. Speaking of bands, by the way, and Poundcake got on the subject yesterday of Jada Pinkett's, because we were talking about Will Smith's dad bod or whatever, and people have got their thoughts on that. It just turns out to be marketing for a YouTube thing he's doing. But we got on the subject of Jada Pinkett's Facebook show yesterday. You guys are probably too young to remember that she had a metal band.
What?
Back in the day. It was called Wicked Wisdom, one of the worst names for a rock band ever. But I forgot about that. And her daughter, the more people know about it today, because her daughter, Willow, remember when Willow was little and she did Whip My Hair Back and Forth?
Yep,
Willow Smith had a big hit when she was a kid. For Mother's Day, she reunited her mom's band and sang with them for this Facebook show because her daughter now is into metal. She's wearing like Mastodon t-shirts.
And she's also polyamorous. Like she's dating.
How old is she?
Old enough, like in her 20s, I think.
Oh my goodness. Why did I think she was like 16?
No, she's not that old, is she?
I think she's like 19, 20.
Huh. Willow Smith is 20 years old. Yeah, okay. She's born Halloween in 2000.
So she dates multiple couples.
Well, good for her.
Yes.
Yeah.
Live your best life.
Let me play some of this for you. Wicked Wisdom, because nobody knew what to do with them, because Jada Pinkett was, she's well known enough, and every so often they'll have like a celebrity who fronts a band. Juliette Lewis had a band like that for a long time. Juliette and the Licks, I think, was the band. I had to bring them on stage at Lollapalooza one year. And these poor people were going on like first.
Aw, yeah.
Because even though you know who she is, nobody knew who the band was.
Right.
So I'm bringing them on at like 11:15 a.m. to 100 people.
Spot.
They did a great job. She couldn't have been nicer. I was terrified because I'd heard all these awful things about her, but she was dynamite, and it was a really good set. Wicked Wisdom was Jada Pinkett and these four other guys. And for whatever reason, their first tour was opening a Britney Spears tour.
Nice.
In like 02 or 03. And then Sharon Osbourne sees them and puts them on Ozfest, which is where I saw them, on like a side stage at Ozfest. And the hook was just, it's Will Smith's wife fronting a metal band, and everybody was like, thought it was a novelty or whatever. They weren't bad. I mean, those early aughts, there were 1,000 bands that sounded just like each other. So who cares if there's one more? And then they sent them out with Seven Dust because they're like, hey, black guy and black girl. That's how people's brains work when they're packaging tours. But the song that her daughter covered was called Bleed All Over Me. You're talking like 02, 03, I think Wicked Wisdom was around. I mean, the band wasn't bad. She was okay. I mean, she could sing. They gave her like a long Bride of Frankenstein weave, and now she's walking around like Norma Desmond. I don't get that whole like mummy getup she's got all the time now.
She has alopecia.
Oh, she does.
She does.
Okay,
she's talked about that.
Well, anyway,
don't you feel bad now, Alan?
I don't. No, I wanted to know when you gave me an answer.
You
so
don't know
thank
what
you.
she's going through.
I
Now
care.
he has it.
Don't care. I was just curious what the whole getup was, because her mom's got the same getup all the time, right? They're both like wrapped head to toe, and they get like they're wearing burqas or something. Anyway, they're Scientologists, so I couldn't make the connection between the two.
They're not Scientologists.
You better tell them that.
They're not Scientologists.
They seem to think that they are.
No. Who said that? When did they ever say that they were Scientologists?
Will and Jada?
Yes.
Google Will and Jada Scientologists. I'll tell you all about it.
They have gone to a meeting, but she said she studies religion. She's gone to like temples and stuff too.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Anyway, so this band, her daughter thought for Mother's Day she would reunite the band and cover this song for her, which I guess is sweet. But I was thinking, all I could think about was the guys in the band.
Yeah.
Because I don't know what they're doing now. I don't know what they've done since. I don't know who these guys are. I don't know if she pulled them from other bands 20 years ago and then was like, all right, I'm going to go make Set It Off later. And, you know, these guys go back whence they came.
Well, the other thing, too, is that as being her daughter, she doesn't know how the band ended. Like, what if they broke up in some really horrible way where people are like, I'll never speak to you again. And then the daughter's like, I want to do this really nice
Jada
thing.
can kiss my ass.
Right.
I have a feeling they might have clued the daughter in if it was something along those lines, but I had completely forgotten about Wicked Wisdom, as I'm sure a lot of other people had too.
That really is a bad name.
It's not great, but, you know, whatever. Neither is Theory of a Dead Man, but, you know.
Also, Alan.
Yes, sir.
About them being Scientologists, they also had Leah Remini on their show, and she asked them about that, and they would not have Leah Remini on there because she is what they call an adversary to Scientology.
Yes, she is an oppressive person.
Yeah, so no, that's not true.
Okay. Yeah, I went down the Wicked Wisdom rabbit hole for a couple of minutes. Jada went to high school with Tupac. Yeah, there you go. But it was merely kismet that we were talking about that Facebook thing she does yesterday.
Because people want
the red table talk, right?
Yeah, people want to play her like she's a flop, but Jada is the real thug out of that relationship. Like,
what do you mean, like she's a flop?
People, I guess Will's fans play her like she's just, you're Will Smith's wife, and that's not the case.
Well, my understanding, her acting career.
But my understanding is that she voluntarily did that to raise the kids.
But people don't look at that. People see, you're just after Will's money and blah 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 blah. But Will was already married, and then
but they were both famous before they got married.
Yeah, but then they say when you're married to a superstar like Will Smith, it doesn't matter what type of career you had, unless you're on that level or above, you're gonna look like a flop. But she was a thug, and she used to sell drugs, and she was in gangs and stuff. Jada was a thug. I was like, wow.
And she still did her like baddest stuff when she was married to Will. When she was, who was that dude she was with?
What was his name? August Alsina.
Yeah, where they're like, we're
How
just
do you
friends.
know that?
This
Because
is
I watched
where he
the show.
thrives. This is where he thrives.
August Alsina.
Because it was a big meme because they said I didn't cheat. I was in an entanglement.
Yeah.
I was like,
And
I'm
he's
not cheating. I'm entangled.
And then he became a meme because of his reaction during that whole conversation.
Forget the Michael Jordan cry face emoji. It was the Will Smith crying emoji.
August Alsina.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Saw him when he opened up for Usher.
Oh, he's a singer.
Yeah, he's a R&B singer / rapper.
He's just an F
And
boy
isn't he
or
like
something.
20?
He was friends with Jaden.
That's what I'm saying. So he's like young.
Well, yeah, if you're going to mess around, you're not going to go with somebody age appropriate.
But you mess with your son's friends.
So what?
That's messed up.
He shouldn't have brought him around. He knows what kind of freaky deaky mom he's got.
She's married. Like that's
clearly those two have a thing that's about
so
it.
You would bring, but you would bring around your friend.
No, because that's not my situation. But it seems to have.
He probably didn't know that at the time.
It seems to be relatively public knowledge based on the fact that you know about it. That these two kind of have a weird thing going on, and so
they were going through.
If you troubles. Well, fine.
I wish I
would.
But then
don't bring your friends around if your mom's a freak.
That's wild.
He'd bring her in like, listen, just don't look at her, okay? She's going to try to seduce you. It's going to be weird. Just go straight to my room.
I'm not even saying that. I'm just saying, like, if your mom's a thug, like, guess what?
Do not watch Set It Off, whatever you do.
Bonnie Cox is not a thug.
She's
My
not?
mom's not a thug, okay? So I wouldn't have any issues with bringing friends around.
I wonder if my kids will say that about their friends. Like, okay, my dad's a gay thought. Like, he used to get around back in the day. Please don't look at my dad. Don't even smile at him because he'll think that you like him. And we know that's not true because he's old and fat. Okay. Just so you know.
I like that whole monologue he's worked out. Everything in that is
they used to call him Poundcake.
It's all theoretical. Yeah.
All
Don't look at my dad. He's a gay thought who's out of shape.
He thinks he still has it. He likes to go to college bars and pick up young guys.
He likes to tell this story about how he couldn't get into a college bar and they turned him away.
I was in the Denver airport laughing at you.
Oh, you weren't here for that. That was one of the sausage party shows. Yeah.
I was waiting. My flight boarded at 12:50 that time, so 2:50 our time. So I got to listen to the first two segments. So I heard that Cody was old and Bill fell down. Those are the two segments that I heard on Friday.
You're supposed to laugh with me, Mary. I was laughing.
You're like, I'm so embarrassed.
She was laughing with you.
She was laughing at me.
Well, same thing.
Yeah.
But if you're laughing, yeah, that's right. In your direction, in your general direction.
Just like the lady coughing. Just coughing at you.
That's right.
I would like to apologize for how much I reacted to that.
No, I don't accept
I've been
that.
moody.
No, I don't accept it. You don't know what I was going through that day.
I feel
for
like
me.
I may have been projecting my own issues onto that situation because I have cried in public several times and I wish people wouldn't judge me. So I'm going to go ahead and say I still disagree with your point of view, but I came at you a little hard yesterday and I apologize.
Well, maybe when I'm in a better spot, I'll forgive you. But right now, I can understand how you feel, but I'm not accepting it right now.
Okay.
Interesting. Dex from Akron called, and he was very perturbed with Poundcake from yesterday.
Hey, Alan, Bill, Mary, Poundcake. It's Dex from Akron, smooth jazz guy. Just calling about today's show. I got two things. One, I think Poundcake was very disrespectful to Mary when he called her a white B word because she didn't know the name of the Wiz, the Wizard of Oz, the Black Wizard of Oz movie. It was very disrespectful to her. And he should apologize if he hasn't done so already. I was very offended for Mary. What he said, it was just wrong, and Poundcake was just way out of line. And two, Alan, could you hit the post on? I had it on the tip of my tongue.
All right. Yeah, you called. We were talking about the Wiz yesterday.
I even said it
Apparently,
was like
Dex got very upset that he called you a white bitch.
Dumb white bitch.
Right.
Because I was like, what is it called? The Oz,
But it's never out of malice.
No, I know.
Poundcake, every other word out of his mouth is bitch. If he ever yelled it at somebody in anger, I'd be blown away. Because the downside of that is you can never use it in anger.
No one would take it seriously.
Yeah, but nobody would take it seriously.
No one would
You
ever
called
take it
somebody that, they would laugh at you. Not with you. They'd laugh at you. In your direction.
I'm trying to think.
But Dex was very perturbed.
I very rarely yell at people. It's only like the people that I love the most. Like my mom and my brother are the only people I really yell at.
You mean in anger? Because you're always yelling.
In anger,
yeah. In anger, right.
I'm not a yeller when I'm angry. When I'm angry, I get quiet, unless I'm talking to my mom or my brother. And I would never utter the word bitch to my mom. I would never call her a bitch. And then my brother, I call him a bitch all the time, but he calls me the N-word, so it's fine. So, with that being said, I'm disrespectful by nature, but it's not in malice. So, I could
accept him for who he is.
That's right.
It's like
He's naturally disrespectful.
I inherited this.
Yep. And according to him, that's okay. No changes or evolution necessary. It is what it is.
His mom raised him that way.
You don't know what my upbringing was. You don't know how I was feeling when I learned the word bitch, and therefore, I project that, and therefore, you have to accept
What'd you expect? I'm going to call everybody a white bitch.
Feelings are important.
All right. Well, there you go.
You learned the word bitch was like Arthur pulling the sword from the stone. You're like, I have so much power now. I'm the king.
A, ass. B,
Excalibur
bitch.
over here.
C, can't say that one.
I mean, you can, but it's going to make Dex mad again.
Thanks, Dex. I appreciate you.
Mm-hmm. There you go. He's looking out for you. He heard that conversation. He's like, I will not. This will not stand. I will not abide this kind of disrespect. Although, if you've been a listener to the show for more than, 11 minutes, you know that Poundcake is disrespectful by nature.
I do think about that all the time because you guys always tell me that there might be someone new listening. And if someone were to take the words that I say out of context, like they're just turning it on for the first time, and they hear me calling Mary a basic white bitch, they're like, did he just say what type of show is this? So then
yesterday would not have been the last 2 days would not have been a good representation on you at all. Where it is like,
what shows are
this stupid bitch coughing,
Yeah.
ruining my sushi buffet?
Right.
Mary, you dumb white bitch. My mom didn't try hard enough.
I mean, the clips that Alan has.
People turning off my show, by the way. It's not even his show. Somebody goes, what is this? Click. No, thank you.
I'm just saying the clips that you have aren't a good representation of me.
They are an exact representation.
They're literally your words.
not.
They are literally your words. They are an exact
Taken out of
representation.
context, just like yesterday.
Oh, like this?
GameStop was just like a scapegoat, I guess.
A scapegoat. Right. Not taken out of context. It's a bad representation of me.
Yeah, you got me on an off day.
Oh, right. Every day. You know how many clips I have? You've had a lot of off days. Alan, an exact quote from me is a misrepresentation, all right? What are you, a Republican?
I would love to get sucked up.
Uh-huh. He'd love to get sucked up.
That one's actually
Hey, I molest children.
Mm-hmm.
Confiscated.
They confiscated his phone that one time.
Confiscated.
Confiscated.
I was talking about fingerboarding. Blah, 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 blah.
Uh-huh.
confiscated. You put a cadaver in a
Yeah,
confiscate?
they confiscated his cadaver.
What, bitch?
Alan, you've misrepresented my words, the exact words that have come out of my mouth. So what in your mind would be a more accurate representation of you?
Trying to think. If we had a lot of shows. I don't know.
It should not be a real difficult question to say to somebody, what would be a more, if you've taken umbrage with my representation of you, which I think, in my defense, pretty spot on. We're all here. We're, whatever. I'm not sitting at home chopping up, doing supercuts of something, right? Taking things out of context. What would be a more accurate representation of you?
Wow, okay. Now
Because
that's accurate.
Because if people listen to your podcast, they're going to hear essentially the same. They're going to hear essentially the same offering from you. Maybe not as hyper, but the same words.
I got an email.
Same whatevers
from Dustin saying that this was my best one yet, for whatever reason.
Dustin from Georgia. Mm-hmm. And what did you talk about this week?
How much time Mary takes off.
Yeah. How
You did?
quickly I'm going to get replaced. No.
Oh, okay. I don't.
Just things that Dustin likes.
Oh, I see.
It was
So he's shooting right down the middle with Dustin then.
pop culture stories, and I went into more detail about the whole China buffet story.
Uh-huh.
And my defense on that.
Uh-huh.
Why I was standing by my statement that she should have gone outside or gone into the bathroom or she could get takeout.
True. Yes.
Yeah. Just went in depth.
Okay. In depth. So, Mary, she's not buying it.
It's still, like I said, it still irks me
Yeah.
because I think it's rude.
I
think
understand.
it's disrespectful.
I understand.
And that sucks.
But he's disrespectful by nature.
Right.
That half-white bitch over there is disrespectful by nature.
Right.
But never out of malice to hear him say it. And
I
you can
guess.
probably agree on that, too. It's just so reflexive for him.
Right.
It's not malicious. It's just so his mouth works faster than his brain.
Yes.
Which is not a good way overall to be an adult and conduct yourself.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Take 2 seconds.
That's not going to work
Think
out
about
for
it.
you in the big picture over the course of your life.
Well,
If you're 15, yes. You're pushing 30, not so much.
just be a little
Some people got to
considerate.
learn the hard way. Some people have got to learn the hard way. Jay, hello.
Hey, I was one of those guys who called up and ripped you, Alan, about Poundcake one time because he went, ew, about some gay college thing. And I want to apologize for that.
Why'd you rip me?
Not having heard enough of your shows.
Why'd you rip me?
Because it was your show. And I said, this guy's got to go. You know, it's 2020, right? I remember that, and I apologize.
No, okay, I don't remember it, but
So I ripped you.
oh, okay.
But you didn't realize that I was gay, so when I say ill in reference to something a gay story that we say, people are like, he's such a homophobe. Oh my God, I got that on the college radio station all the time.
But here's the thing. That's why it behooves anyone to not get a full head of steam and make a comment before they know what's going on. It's true of us in here.
Exactly.
It's true of the audience. Thank you, Jay. I get that all the time from people. They're like, I saw Poundcake dudes talk about gay stuff. I'm like, why should Poundcake be the only person not allowed to talk about his life? If you've got a problem with it, that's on you. It ain't on me. We're all talking about our lives. He's a gay man. But if that makes you uncomfortable, I don't know what to tell you.
I just like the
It makes us uncomfortable, too, once he does a real deep dive into it. But what do you want? That's his life.
I just like the thought of me getting fired for being a homophobe. I would probably put that on my resume.
Poundcake, you have pushed our company standards to the absolute limit, and I'm
Cody
sorry.
has to go to sensitivity training.
I said trans people ruin everything. What you mean? I'm gay. I'm part of the LGBT.
Wow, there you go. He just doesn't like the T. Okay, well, there you go. I've got to take a break. If you want to get a text in, 35192. The new Poundcake podcast is at alancoxshow.com. Listen to that another time. And you can listen anywhere else on the iHeartRadio app. This one, Warren Zevon fronted REM 25, 30 years ago, maybe.
I never knew that happened.
They did a one-off album called Hindu Love Gods, and it was mostly covers. Actually, this isn't from that, but they did some tracks for one of his albums, and it was just him replacing Michael Stipe for some stuff. But I was reading a thing, and everybody said I was nuts last year when I said there wasn't going to be any COVID baby boom. And in fact, there is not. It's gone the other way. Which, thank God, it's time to clean this place out. The birth and fertility rates dropped to a record low. The United States is now officially below replacement levels, meaning more people die every day than are being born.
Yeah, I'm on board with that.
I'm okay with it.
We need a little of that.
Finally. So, they say they expect 300,000 fewer births this year.
That's a lot.
Well, they work out the math. They say basically a 1% increase in the unemployment rate usually corresponds with a 1% drop in birth rates. So that otherwise, how the hell would you know how many people are not going to be born? But that's where they get the map there. But for everybody who said there was going to be a huge coronavirus baby boom, there is not.
I thought there would. I was like, everybody's at home having sex. Nothing else to do.
Yeah, maybe within like the first month, but once you're at like month 7 and everybody's libido goes into the basement.
Yeah.
And then nobody...
depressed.
Depressed.
Getting divorced.
Nobody knew what was on the other side. They're like,
Right?
why are we going to have a kid in the middle of all this, you know? Hey, Sarah, hello.
Hi there. All right, a couple of things. Number one, I used to have a boss whose brain didn't work as fast as his mouth, and that was really hard to communicate with him. The second thing is my brain always works faster than my mouth, and I'm 50, and I think everything is good. I prefer to call myself unfiltered. And the final thing is the reason there was no baby boom is because the damn kids were home, so we couldn't have sex.
That hasn't stopped a lot of people. I mean, plenty of people will have sex with their kids in the other room.
Not when they're teens. I
Yeah.
don't think. I
So,
hope not.
so Sarah, to you, I've never quite understood why so many people think being unfiltered is such a virtue.
It makes my life a lot easier.
You mean like work life or?
Everything. There's never a doubt. I've never been asked, what do you mean? Or very rarely am I asked, what do you mean?
I see.
Usually quite clear.
I see. You tell them precisely what you think.
Well, there can be a different... There's a difference between being unfiltered and being like forward or being
Or
blunt.
succinct or, yeah, right.
I feel like unfiltered is like you say whatever comes into your head at any given time.
Yeah, a lot of people use unfiltered as a reason to just be a jagoff, and I think a lot of people should maybe filter themselves more. People could use more filtering.
Yeah,
I think in general. Sarah sounds like a lovely lady, so
Thank you. Thank you very much. Most people would probably not say that because I am unfiltered, but I'm comfortable with that because at least you know what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, of course, right. Nobody nobody misunderstands you.
Right.
Right.
Yeah,
okay,
and
hey.
that's a good thing.
Thank you, Sarah. Okay, bye-bye.
I think those are two different things, though. Being unfiltered and being straightforward. Am I wrong? That to me, unfiltered is like you'll be in the middle of a conversation and you'll say something sexual to your boss or something because you didn't filter what you were supposed to say there.
Like,
you make an inappropriate joke or something like that.
Here, I'm going to be straightforward. I'm not necessarily being unfiltered. The reason Sarah's not having a baby is because she's 50.
She can kick, stretch, and kick.
I'm guessing those days have passed her by.
Yeah, what do you do? Like your kids are teens and you want to get down with your wife, but like how can you be sneaky? You go out to the car, you wait to because teens don't sleep.
All I'm saying is plenty of people figure it out. They do sleep. They just go to sleep at 4 a.m.
You go quietly and
quietly into that good night.
They all have
some
earbuds
sex.
and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So there's ways to get around it.
I'm still not in that camp yet. I haven't slept over at my boyfriend's house while he's had his daughter yet. I've hung out with them all day, and then when it's time to wind down, I'm like, okay, you guys are chilling out, time for baths and bed and all that. I'm going to go home.
She's still young, though.
She's 5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of a weird
See,
area to...
that age is more difficult because those kids are just running around doing whatever they want. They don't understand boundaries yet. Like,
Right.
like a teenage kid kind of knows, like, oh, mom and dad are in their bed.
Don't go in that room.
I'll send a text.
Right.
I'm not going to go running up there and be like, what are you guys doing up here?
Plus, it's really difficult for Mary to do that because before she sneaks out, she's going to slam the door.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go. I'm never going to live this down. I rewatched that clip and I did laugh and I was like, damn, Mary.
Oh, Bill did a great remix for you, by the way. Bill did
no.
the Slam Onyx remix.
Yeah.
Because I name-checked Onyx when we were talking about Mary slamming the door in here on the...
Let the boys be boys!
Yeah, it says Mary's slamming doors.
Let the boys be boys!
Right, okay. Listen, those guys don't take advantage of that. I don't know what.
I played it whenever you tagged me. I think my boyfriend was taking me to the airport when you played it, and I played it for him, and he was like, Mare, like, I was like, I didn't know. My hands lotioned and kicked it.
My hands were lotioned.
You were in the camp of sneaking out of the house. Like you used to sneak out of the house as a teen.
What? No.
Who were you talking to?
Where'd that come from?
Mary, because right, you said if she snuck out of the house, she would slam the door. I just didn't know if you did that.
No.
Okay.
I meant sneaking out of her boyfriend's house. Giving away
like when
her...
the kid,
Yes.
like after the kid goes
Giving
down.
away her position
I thought
to
she
the kid.
snuck out as a teenager.
I have always had an issue slamming doors, though. It used to make my dad crazy because I would always slam the car door, and he would be like, "Stop slamming my doors." And it was like because my own cars
Because you were, on a
I think
door,
it's
I
the
would think...
cheerleader in you.
might have been. There's nothing to slam.
Be aggressive.
Well, like,
be
I mean, you're slamming
aggressive.
Clapping.
Every motion that you make as a cheerleader is pretty
Stiff.
abrupt and stiff. Yeah.
Mhm.
So, like when you're closing the door, you're like,
I
yeah,
always
you're really
did.
doing it.
It drove him absolutely insane.
Nice and tough.
Man, I was in the back of a van in high school with a cheerleader, and her moves were indeed abrupt and stiff.
Mm-hmm.
I just couldn't get a rhythm or anything. I'm like elbow deep in
Slam.
this thing, and I can't figure it out,
Whose
Mary,
van?
Huh?
Whose van? You had a van?
No, I did not have a
They
van.
found
no.
a van.
It was a...
Someone else's
community van.
It was my friend's mom's van.
Romantic.
And I will... Well, the football game was over.
Mm-hmm.
They hadn't gotten back to the van yet. And it was one of those ones with like the captain's chairs and stuff.
The Astro van.
And I was just... no, it was like an Econoline. It was one of those old,
Yeah.
And I didn't really have my Moxie yet. This is like my first couple of forays into trying to get some. And, just under the sweater type stuff.
Yeah.
And I'll never forget. This is my friend who died in L.A. 25 years ago, his mom. It's imprinted on my brain. Those doors flinging open and his mom standing there going, "Get out." And she and my parents and his parents were like super tight. So I wasn't worried that she was going to like say something to my parents. She just didn't want us doing stuff in her van. She's like, "Get out."
Oh, she's a good mom. She ain't snitch.
I haven't scotch guarded that yet.
My mom's friends would be like...
This would have been like, this was like 7th or 8th grade. And I don't even remember how we got in the van. I think my friend might have given us the key. I don't remember what it was. I clearly was trying to set up a situation where I could sneak away with this girl who was, I guess for all intents and purposes, my girlfriend.
Yeah.
Who was a cheerleader. And so we were back there, but I just remember Carol Dillon swinging the doors. "Get out." I'm like, "Get out."
Sorry, Miss Dillon.
Gonna climb out of there with my head hung low.
Don't tell my mom, okay?
Yeah.
Like a dog.
Could you go rinse my forearm off?
Get out of here.
Ugh, but that van probably had a stench to it. Or like it smelled like sex.
It didn't, because we weren't having sex.
It still has like that sweaty body.
We weren't sweaty.
Okay.
This is football season, so it was chilly out.
Yes.
You know,
Nice crisp fall air.
crisp fall air, man. Nothing better.
Mm-hmm.
Mary's a big John Mayer fan, too.
Mm-hmm.
John Mayer, 16 years ago. I don't know if the lady put some information out or whatever. Oh, the lady's son posted a picture of his mom getting snubbed by John Mayer 16 years ago. Did you see
saw
this?
on TikTok today.
16
Yep.
years ago, this woman tried to get a picture with him, and he snubbed her. So he felt bad about it, and he wrote a song to apologize to her.
Christine, even though it may appear I was mean, I was probably on my way to a thing. Well, anyway, weren't those the days? Happy birthday, happy birthday, Christine.
challenge. Chromatic challenge.
I love him so much. I saw that came up on my TikTok feed today, and then I went and watched pretty much every one of his TikTok videos. I'm like, God.
Yeah, she called her son about it.
Just insane. Oh my God. Oh my God. Just made my year. I had the best birthday weekend ever with everyone. And then this is just, I'm walking on air. This is just great.
She sounds exactly like Mary.
Yeah.
And that song was for her. And just listening to it, you go, oh, he's just the best.
I love him so much.
Oh, he's so great.
He's so perfect.
He's so good. He's perfect.
I love him.
He's been inside so many amazing people.
I don't even care.
And that's clearly rubbed off on him in more ways than one.
And I've told the story about how I'm like, I have this daydream fantasy that I'll be in New York doing stand-up and he'll be there and he'll tell me how funny I am. And For a woman. And I'll be like...
You're really funny for a woman.
Right. And I'll know that he doesn't want to date me because he dates famous actors and actresses and models and stuff. So we'll go have coffee and we'll become friends.
You are the Mary Santora.
That is true. I don't know where I'll be at in my career when we meet. But we're going to meet one day, and it's going to take every ounce of my being not to cry at him. And I know that, so I'm trying to mentally prepare myself now.
To cry at him.
I will. I loved your albums so much. You don't know what you did for me.
What did he do for you?
Just, you know.
He got young Mayor through some tough times.
And current Mayor. I've listened to Where the Light Is this morning because it's like.
What is it?
Where the Light Is.
Where the Light Is.
Yes, it's his live.
That's an album or a song?
It's an album. It's a live album.
Okay.
He's got him, an acoustic set, a band set, and then the John Mayer trio set. So it's like over an hour. It's like an hour and a half or something like that. 2 hours maybe. But there's a video concert. They did all of it. They did like DVD, album release. It's the best. It's from like 2007. But I listen to that today. That's like my go-to comfort music when I'm feeling weird or anxious or sad or whatever.
If you need an in to start a conversation, you can say, oh, remember when you did stand-up? My friend Bill was there one time when you were doing that.
You saw John Mayer do stand-up?
I
heard it was
met
awful.
him. I met him that night, but I didn't go down because everybody.
I forgot he was doing that.
All the comics like ran down, and I wasn't like one of them.
Yeah.
So I just like stayed up, and I was like, I want to go down there, but I'm not going to.
The
so,
story
like,
I
was at the Comedy Cellar.
Yeah, he was at the Comedy Cellar, and I met Dave Chappelle, and I met a lot of people there, but like I'd only been there a few times, but I'd hang out with Bobby there, Bobby Kelly, and if Bobby had run down to watch, I would have gone with him.
Yeah.
But I was following all my cues from Bobby, so he was sitting there. But like he walked by and goes, "Hey, what's up, Bobby?" And he's like, "This is Bill." And I'm like, "Hey." Yeah.
I would have died.
So there you go.
You would have died.
I love him so much.
Who's number 2?
To John Mayer? Mm-hmm. Probably Johnny Depp.
Johnny Depp.
Mm-hmm.
What about singers? Some Hill Rod?
Zach Brown.
Yeah.
Yeah. Some Hill Rod. probably Zach Brown or Brad Paisley.
Alan, wait. Even in Mary's fantasy, she doesn't get to bang John Mayer?
I'm realistic.
Fantasy is so realistic.
I feel like, that sounds like something I would say, by the way, which is really sad.
Because I'm trying to set myself up for a realistic situation.
But that's not, I think that's the definition of not a fantasy.
Well, it's a fantasy in that I'm going to meet John Mayer ever.
You want to have a pragmatic fantasy.
So I want to be prepared for when I do meet him that I know how to act.
Well, then why don't you set yourself up in the situation to actually meet him?
What do you mean? I don't want to seek it out because
You're
I
in
don't
show
want to be
business.
a fan.
Huh?
I don't want him to meet me as a fan. I don't want him to meet me as being a fan of his.
No, you find a way to interact with him as a fellow artist.
Correct.
Right.
That's how I want our friendship to start.
Well, then do it.
I don't know how. What, I got to chase him around New York City?
You know people who know people.
I get that.
Yeah.
But I'm not at that point in my career yet where
What
I could
point?
perform at like the Comedy Cellar or something like that.
I'm not saying perform. You
just got to be around.
You're a fellow artist who
Maybe when things open back up,
makes
we'll
it a
both
point
be.
to interact with John Mayer.
I'll figure it out. Give me a little bit of time, Alan.
Right.
There's a few comics that he's like tight with still to this day.
Yeah, Dave Chappelle.
Well, Chappelle, but like Sherrod Small, stuff like that. Like a comics that you could get to know pretty easily. He'd be like, how can I meet him?
To hang out with John Mayer.
But first you got to put up to me, and then I'll let you know.
Yeah.
I
Climb that ladder of D's.
I don't want to have any D's. That's my point.
I would pose the question maybe a little less creepy than Bill just said.
No, I wouldn't do it like that.
How do I meet John Mayer? You know, you
I smell him.
Right. You absolutely don't want to come across that way.
No.
Right.
Yeah, I'm trying to set up a realistic expectation for myself so that if and when I meet him, because the first time I met Brian Regan, I cried, and I was a drunk mess, and I couldn't handle myself, and I fell off his tour bus.
That's because you were drunk.
Right.
Everything else came from that. Now, you're not going to be drunk when you meet John Mayer. You'll be drunk on affection. You'll be drunk on
endorphins.
Coffee and endorphins.
So what if he's like, will you take a shot with me?
No.
Would you respectfully cheat?
No.
To use Poundcake's nomenclature.
He's my hall pass.
I was going to say, he's your hall pass.
What if you're not in a hall?
He's my anywhere
She's
I
fine
need
in
him
a hall.
pass. I will find a hall.
He's also my alcove pass. He's my vestibule pass.
Alley,
He's my
whatever it
sacristy
takes.
pass.
Backseat pass.
Yeah,
doesn't
right.
Under a
Yep.
desk pass.
He's my
I don't
portico
care.
pass. He's my trellis pass. Anywhere I happen to be.
Hall passes are supposed to be people who are unattainable, but if you get into a point where that person is now obtainable, is it a hall pass?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she did the work.
Yeah.
She did the work to get there.
So
let her get there.
Okay.
It's not a hall pass, it's a hall active.
Hey.
That's right.
Yeah.
Who's yours like that? Do you have one, Alan? Like a
Who?
Like a John Mayer to marry. Like a somebody like that.
You mean somebody I really admire their work, or you mean
Or
more
a hall
like
pass.
I'm hot for them?
You
Mine's
admire
both,
their
though.
work and you're hot for them.
I don't know that anything intersects like that. I mean, where I admire them and am hot for them.
Glenn Close.
Probably Glenn Close. No, I mean, like, I don't know.
Halsey?
Huh?
Halsey?
No, I'm more of a Kim Kardashian man.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kim, Salma Hayek.
Ooh, there you go.
I mean, more age appropriate, I guess.
Yeah.
But still, uber foxy.
Salma Hayek's a good one.
Yeah. I don't know. Don't know. There's a lot of nerdy girls I think are cute. And,
Yeah.
You know, whatever. But artists,
I feel like Tina Fey would be for me.
no.
Or like I think she's super pretty, but also love her work and think she's one of the like most brilliant comedians of all time. Like writers.
What's the chick you're always talking about? The curvy girl, the singer?
Adele,
Demi Lovato.
She lost a
Yeah,
lot of
Demi
weight.
Lovato.
Demi Lovato. Yeah, but I think she's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, and so it's like
that improves your chances.
I mean, she's clearly got a lot of things she has to contend and deal
boy,
with.
I bet the sex is
and
dynamite.
so I don't even know that. I don't know why people
I
think.
bet it is.
I mean, everybody has anecdotal evidence for why like kooky people are great in the sack, but there are many instances where that is simply not the case. Where they just lie there crying. That's no fun. Not fun at all. I've
Or
had
they
that
wanna
happen.
bite it off.
That is not fun at all. Octomom. I thought the Octomom
Yes.
was pretty hot,
You
right?
respect her work.
If they can fit in there, I can.
Yeah, no problem.
I respect her work a lot. Yes. Some botched plastic surgery. I mean, whatever. We'll go out, have a tea.
Honey Boo Boo's mom?
Mama June.
She looks a lot better than she did.
Yeah.
She's still cracked out, though. There was some promo. She's still making the rounds. I don't know how these people are still in the public consciousness, but there was some promo with the Honey Boo Boo mom. Like, nobody even knows what the kid is doing anymore. It made the mom famous.
How old is
And
Honey
she's
Boo
like,
Boo now?
I spent $600,000 on cocaine. Like, Jesus
The
Christ.
fact that she has that much money is
Yes.
sickening.
Some people you can't give them money. You know what I mean? Like,
600, like just
hate is gonna hate, but
Someone just commented on my Instagram and said, I was going to come to your show tonight, but I don't want to meet you as a fan. I was like, oh no, still buy tickets. It's different. Not John Mayer.
Okay, let me take a break here. If you want to get a text in, 35192 to do that. Your next chance to grab $1,000 is on the way around 4:30. You can go fund yourself. I'll have a keyword for you there, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.
see this dude every day. We eat ribs with this dude, but we didn't have a clue that that girl was in that house. She said, please help me get out. Then give away, then give away, then give away, give away, give away, then give away, give away, give away, then give away, then give away.
You believe this was 8 years ago that they pulled those girls out of Ariel Castro's house?
Yeah, that's wild.
It was May 6th, this day in 2013. Wow. That Amanda Berry and Gina DeJesus.
That was like the first.
And Michelle Knight got pulled out of that house.
Like giant news story that I was a part of this show for.
Yeah.
Where I was like, wow, this is incredible. Like I didn't even know much about the Amanda Berry thing because I wasn't around when she was kidnapped. So I didn't really know. But then like as it all unfolded, like I understood like the gravity of the situation, and it was crazy.
Yeah. They had been kidnapped in 2002, 2003, and 2004. He died in prison, yeah?
Yeah.
He hanged himself?
Yeah. Hanged?
Hanged himself, yeah. Hunged. He was a hunged man. He got life in prison plus 1,000 years, which is so silly because nobody lives that long. And
I don't understand how he didn't get death.
Don't know. I mean, he did.
But
Gave it to himself.
sentenced
Yeah, I don't know. Do not know.
If there was someone and a reason to sentence someone to death, it would be him.
Well, because he didn't murder them.
Right. I think
I don't
that's
even
where
know.
it was.
Yeah,
He gave one of them several abortions, or like
right. But what I'm saying is, I don't know that what he was charged with was attached to the death penalty. Okay. I think that is for capital offenses like murder. Mm-hmm. You get the death penalty. But he's dead anyway, so who cares? But we were still living in Ohio City.
Yeah.
So it was like across the highway, essentially, from us. It was like, 4 minutes from our house. So there was this kind of immediate morbid curiosity. Because I didn't know where that street was. Mm-hmm. And then we looked on the map, like, oh my God, that's like right across the highway, essentially, from where we were living. And it was obviously 2 weeks full of CNN and cops and whatever.
Yeah.
We had Charles Ramsey in here, pimping his book, which I still have on my desk.
There you go, Mary. You need a book to read.
I said that last night.
You want to read the Charles
leave.
Ramsey? But it's a quick read. It's like 65 pages.
No.
It's pretty quick.
No, I'm okay.
But what happened to that guy? He was on an all-out media blitz in the immediate aftermath of that, and I feel like he disappeared just as quickly.
I mean, that's usually how things go like that, though.
Right, but most people outstay their welcome. I feel like he did not. He wanted to pimp that book, which obviously came together very quickly. Make a couple of bucks and split.
Yep.
Ariel Castro in 2003 at the age of 16. Michelle Knight was taken in 2002 at 21 years old. And in 2004, he took 14-year-old Gina DeJesus. All three women were restrained, sexually assaulted, and abused. Castro was sentenced to life in prison plus 1,000 years back in August of 2013, but died by suicide later that year. The house on Seymour Avenue has since been torn down. Amanda Berry became a member of our Fox 8 family in 2017 to help find other people across Northeast Ohio. She gave us hope. Gina DeJesus is the co-founder of Cleveland Missing. And Michelle Knight, who now goes by the name of Lily Rose Lee, has released a memoir and a song about her survival.
So all those girls, boy, you want to talk about somebody who, I mean, you never think they would still be alive after all that time.
Right.
And to come out of it and do something positive, where no one would think, if any one of those three girls had been like, it's over for me, I got to get out of this. You know what I mean? Like they couldn't, but after surviving for that long.
Yeah.
If you made it through that, you're going to make it through whatever nonsense is going on out here, I guess, But not everybody does, but it's amazing that it happened that long ago.
And she was at, Amanda Berry was at Roverfest that one year? Like that same year, right?
She
and
was.
She came out and there was like that dude with her.
The what?
There was like a dude that was with her and they're like making out or something. It was weird. Yeah.
Let her make out.
Yeah, she was. She was.
She was living her life. She was happy.
His name wasn't Jeffrey LaRoque, was it?
Could have been.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's pretty wild. But yeah, I've only been to one Roverfest, and I don't think I was there the year she was there. But yeah, I mean, what better way to acclimate yourself to the world outside than Roverfest, right? You get an encapsulation of everything going on in the world in one afternoon.
Right there.
Right there.
I just can't believe that. I mean, it wasn't a small house, but it was a pretty much small house. Like for 3 girls to be living in there for 10 years, and just they had no thought of ever getting out. They probably thought they were going to die. It's just so hard for me to fathom that's real.
A lot of the books I read have kidnappings in them, and you think about it and you're like reading the book and you're like, oh my god, this is like the one that I just finished. This girl was like kept in this little tiny room with no light and all this stuff, and then you think and you're like, no, that really does happen to
because he
people.
kept him in the basement.
Yeah.
And I was like, if the one time, like one of these days he's gonna she did it because there was a crack in the door, but I'm like, I would check every window. If I would study every corner of that house. I'd be sitting there, I'm like, oh, can I have like a toothpick or something, and then just start digging a hole in the wall. Like I would lose my mind.
With a toothpick.
I got nothing but time, Alan. I would use my nails.
I was gonna say it would break immediately.
He's captive.
Hey, can I get another toothpick? Well, you're really going through a lot of toothpicks. All right, do anything hinky back there? No. I got a piece of steak that I can't get out, and well, here's some floss. That ain't gonna work.
I'm trying to escape,
and I haven't given you steak. Where are you getting steak?
But the kidnapper would let Poundcake go. Let's be
You know
honest.
what do you mean you don't want me?
After 1 week,
He would never
he just,
survive.
Sets him out on the porch like, you free.
Yeah. The story would be, this kidnapper survived 10 years with...
How dare you?
How
dare you?
They'd have the kidnapper on television shaking. He's in one of those reflective Mylar blankets. I don't know how I did it. 10 years, I'm still here!
You're supposed to be kidnapping me. Where's my room?
Yeah, right. Oh, God.
You're not going to come down and text me?
There was even when he was a little kid, Poundcake was never in danger of being abducted.
Oh my God, you guys are the worst.
Somebody would have pulled up on him, pulled him into the car, and at the end of the block, opened the door back up, kicked his ass out onto the curb.
Now you're going to make me walk? You can't even drive me back to my current location?
Yeah, dropped him off at the end of the...
And his mom's just sitting there like, God damn it! I thought we had him gone!
She's on the phone with a guy. Come on, come back, please.
Well, whatever.
Listen, it's good.
Hey, it's good, yeah.
It's good that you weren't
It's
abducted.
security.
But I want to be wanted, all right?
Oh my god.
By a pervert. What?
He desires me.
Gross.
He'd have Stockholm syndrome within a half hour.
Uh-huh.
I'm like, I know you just went, but can you?
What is it about me that you like so much that you had to kidnap me?
Tell me more.
And you just don't want me to have any control? You just want to lock me to my bed?
Uh-huh.
Have your will with me if you want to.
God.
I won't fight back. I'll pretend I'm asleep.
I'll pretend I'm asleep. Honk shoe, honk shoe, honk shoe.
All right,
Well, pardon me if I think it's a good thing that you weren't abducted as a child. I never thought that would be a hot take. There it is. Controversial.
Can you believe it? He doesn't even want me to go to the bathroom. He says, just wear this diaper.
Yeah. Alan Cox Show After Hours line. You can always leave us a message there. It's 216-986-8903.
Hey, Alan, Caleb, and Kent. Following the new podcast After Hours call-in rules, I'm calling about an episode from Monday when Poundcake referenced Bill and Monica.
By the way, I think Monday was more than 48 hours. I think we give people the week, though.
We said the week.
The week is fine, yes.
Week, yeah.
I only mentioned it because I was getting messages from people that were listening to the podcast, but they were like, hey, you guys said something back in September, and, just trying to keep it more topical and relevant and whatever. But the week is fine.
Monica, I had to take a psychological test when I was hired in a job. That was like a 1,200 question personality quiz. Is there any way we could get one of those for Poundcake? I feel like we really need to dive into, just what connects the dots, like the Bill and Monica, the Plank Jackson, the pastrami. I feel like we need to get into this a little bit more. Love the show. Bye.
Okay, well, I don't know. I mean, have you ever taken a personality test for a job? I mean, obviously, this isn't the kind of job where you get one of those. I didn't give him any tests like that when I was talking to him as an intern.
You mean like the INTJ or
well,
whatever?
No, I mean, there are a handful of different ones. They'll give you these things called psychometric tests for some jobs. And those are largely like, your numerical aptitude, your verbal.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I've taken
your
one
nonverbal. You take. I thought maybe you might have taken one for your morning job.
I did.
Or whatever.
I never have.
To fit job culture, yeah.
But personality tests are a little different. Those are to kind of figure out where your head's at.
Yeah.
Right.
I watched a documentary about those, and they're actually, it's kind of weird. Like, it's how they're not super accurate, and they're really just used.
Well, no.
to,
How could they be? I mean,
yeah, they're used to basically discriminate against people.
Well, yeah, right. Because that allows you to ask questions that in normal conversation you probably wouldn't be able to. You know. But here's Poundcake. I'll give you a sample, little personality test. All right.
Okay.
And it's basically just 1 through 5, strongly disagree to strongly agree.
Okay.
So 1 is strongly disagree, 5 is strongly agree, and then your gradations in between. Okay. Disagree, neutral, agree, and then strongly. So one of the questions is, I enjoy making detailed plans.
3.
3. You're neutral on detailed plans.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let's see here. Let me find another question. My goals in life are clear.
3.
3. You're neutral on your
straight
goals
threes.
in life. Okay.
This is why you have so much anxiety.
Yeah. This is why this would not be a good job interview for him. He's neutral on his goals.
How do you feel about your goals? They are goals.
Yeah. If people are rude to me, I just shrug it off. You are not neutral about that. Don't you dare give me a 3. 2. You disagree. You don't strongly disagree. You disagree.
I disagree.
Okay.
Because I can let it go, but you will hear my mouth first.
Okay.
A little under the breath grumble.
Uh-huh. Okay, let me see here. So, disagree. Okay. Next one is, I am confident in what I do.
3.
3. You're neutral about your confidence. Okay. Cody, we think you're going to fit in just fine here at Corporate Incorporated. Okay. I can work even when things are disorganized.
4.
Agree. All right. That's a positive sign.
I strongly agree on that one.
Even when things are disorganized.
Strongly disagree. Let me clean your crap up first.
Yes. Everyone has their system. I consistently put full time and effort into everything I do.
Don't you dare say 3.
4.
You agree. You consistently put full time and effort into everything you do. All right. There's an agree.
Sometimes he combines those things. He eats gummy worms like a champ while recording a podcast.
It's a time saver.
It's multitasking. That's right. I prefer achieving my goals than assisting others to achieve their goals.
4.
I was going to say, this has got to be a 5. Strongly agree, or you're just going with agree?
Agree.
Agree. All right, sir.
I'll help you along the way, but if you get higher than me, then I got to kick you.
Kick the ladder out from under you.
we could be side by side, but try to get in front of me. I'm tripping.
But you realize it's partially up to you if someone else gets ahead of you, right? Like,
yeah, that's when you don't play fair. You trip them, you do whatever you got to do. Sleep with the boss, whatever.
All right. I would describe myself as an extremely competent person.
4.
He agrees. All right. He's extremely competent. I prefer working within a stable rather than flexible environment.
4.
Agree. All right. I know you like people flexible. I don't know about your... I am ambitious.
5.
5. You strongly agree that you are ambitious.
Yeah.
Would you like to reconsider that? Again, I don't want... I shouldn't do that. No, I have to remain neutral. I have to remain
You have to remain 3, Swiss.
all throughout this thing. You're right. Okay. It is better to get a job done than aim for perfection.
3.
Neutral. I have a feeling that this is the kind of questionnaire that if a potential employer gave to you, they wouldn't want any neutral answers.
Right.
Yeah. I'm able to complete tasks as well as or better than other people.
4.
Agree. All right. I feel like that one's weighted heavily in favor of the as well as part. I like to be in charge of other people.
5.
Strongly agree.
And
Was he? Wait a minute. He was neutral on his goals, but loves to be in charge of other people.
but also doesn't want to help them achieve their goals.
I gave that a 4. What are you talking about? That's pretty good.
No, you gave yourself a 4 about your goals. Come first.
Okay. All right.
He's answering honestly.
That's okay. That's what you should be doing.
That's great.
I strive. There are 25 questions. We're halfway through. I strive to do the best I can.
4.
4. Agree. All right. I feel uneasy if I'm the center of attention.
5.
What?
You strongly agree?
with
You
that?
do not.
That's a 1.
Wait, read it again.
I feel uneasy if I'm the center of attention.
Okay, yeah, no, that's 1.
Strongly disagree. Right. Okay.
Sorry, someone was knocking and it was distracting me.
What was that?
I
don't
I heard
know.
it too. Okay.
Maybe it's a mouse or something. Might be
A mouse? If we have a mouse,
Just a mouse going.
It was weird.
Was
I
it
don't know where
Willard
it's
in there?
coming from.
If we have a mouse, if we have rodents that are audibly knocking, we're all in trouble.
Right.
I am confident in my abilities to complete difficult tasks at work.
3.
3. Neutral. I'm neutral in my abilities. What do you mean I didn't get the job? Well, Cody, thank you for coming in. It has been fantastic to meet you. I am happy to make speeches in public.
5. I've done it.
Strongly agree. Right, okay. It is very important for me to achieve my goals. That's going to have to be neutral since you were neutral on your goals.
Not 5.
5. He's firm in his neutrality.
This is my personality. Well, you guys can't judge my personality.
That's
It's
true.
my
Sure
That's
can.
true. That's
We
true.
absolutely can.
He
Can't
is
guide me through what I think.
He is firm in his neutrality. He strongly agrees. Okay, I like to react to things on the spur of the moment. I'm going to just give you a 1 or a 5, rather.
Yeah, that's a 5.
That's
Strongly agree.
All right.
I believe.
Yes, bitch, coughing.
But I didn't act on it, though, so I think that's a 4, Alan. Put that to 4.
I've already gone past. Okay. Got 6 questions remaining.
And you were still reacting to it. You weren't yelling at her, but you were definitely
Fine.
Fine. We got to get through these 6
ahead of that,
questions.
yeah.
You're in the home stretch.
I want to
buddy.
know what his worst thing is.
I believe I am more intelligent than most.
5.
Strongly
Quick, you didn't even finish that
agree.
sentence.
Because I'm that intelligent, and I knew what it was going to be.
I don't like unexpected responsibilities.
5.
Strongly agree.
Cadaver.
Now y'all got telekinesis. Wow.
I approach life in an easygoing manner.
With my anxiety, 3.
Neutral?
Yeah.
All right.
No.
I tend to take on other people's problems.
1.
Mister, I'm not going to deal with my mom's mess on Mother's Day.
Well, all right.
I feel like a failure compared to my friends and coworkers.
1.
Strongly disagree. All right.
Oh, wait, no. 5. Sorry.
I don't know if
Neutral on
I
his
can.
goals.
Yeah, I don't know if
Just
I can.
keep
That's
going.
okay. This is fine.
Yeah. Well, that got me to the. Whoop, hold on. Okay. It's screwed me up here.
No, do we have to start over?
No, let me click through them here. I like to be in charge of other people.
God.
I don't like I approach life in an easygoing manner. I tend to take on other people's problems. I feel like a failure compared to my. I like to have plenty of time to myself.
Oh, God. 5.
Strongly agree. All right. People often comment on how comfortable I am giving orders.
5.
People, A, when have you ever given orders?
All right.
B,
All right. 3.
3, neutral. All right. There you go. You have completed your personality test. Let me get the results here for you, see if it will give them to me.
Oh, you might have to get like an email or something.
Get results.
Call 911.
Your score and suitability for the role. Confident in my own ability to succeed. It says you're very suitable. It's given you a lot of very suitables here.
For what? Very suitable for what? Corporate life?
Yeah. Employers will not interview those who fall into an unsuitable category, is what it says. So you've got like 1 through 3 is bad, and then the middle ones are yellow, and then 8, 9, 10 very suitable.
Y'all think I'm crazy. Maybe y'all the crazy ones for thinking I'm crazy.
No, we're not. This is based on your answers, where you said I'm neutral on my goals. I'm smarter than everyone else.
Well,
so
those
this
are
is
just garbage that they gave
This is
me.
garbage in, garbage out. Is all this is here. It's just giving back what you gave it. But I was curious what your answers would be, rather than expecting a legitimate result here.
Well.
But this says that to potential employers, you would be considered highly employable and likely to be successful in your role. Wow. So there you go.
Just by doing employable.
If you ever find an employer who's totally cool with you being neutral about your goals, they will consider you highly employable. So congratulations.
Thank you.
So there you go. A message from the guy, Caleb and Ken, I think, wanted see if we could give Poundcake one of those tests. And again, it's a little bit of junk science there, but what are you going to do? I'm going to take a break. If you want to get a text in here, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com. Watch live there if you like. And next chance for you to grab some money, by the way, is 4:30. You can go fund yourself, and I'll have MGK tickets for you for that December show at the Romo Fijo when we come back.
since 1928. Book your free consultation at nphm.com.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
An iHeartRadio station.
Available everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts. All in one.
iHeart salutes Mom, giver of life, cleaner of clothes, fixer of problems, and matriarch of multitasking. With her own radio station, iHeart Mom's Radio, an entire station filled with hit songs from some of our favorite moms of music, like Gwen Stefani, Amy Lee, and so many more. Whether you're seeing Mom face-to-face or keeping it virtual, iHeart Mom's Radio is ready for you to turn your speakers up and toast your mom with songs from women who are strong, fearless, and talented just like her. Happy Mother's Day from iHeart, #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
iHeartRadio.
All right, Machine Gun Kelly has set his hometown show for Saturday, December the 18th. The Tickets to My Downfall tour is going to get to the Romo Fijo that night. The tickets are on sale if you go to livenation.com. This pair here for you. Good luck. MGK to Romo Fijo in December, a week before Christmas. Caller 10, these are yours. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
To all our men and women in uniform,
I've been a lifelong fan, 20 years in the military, come back, and to find your afternoon show is f***ing horrible.
thanks from the Alan Cox Show.
Horrible.
On 100.7 WMMS.
About 5 minutes away from another $1,000 for you. Next chance for you to go fund yourself. And then 5:30, I'll have a keyword for you, and 6:30 as well. Indians going for the sweep against the Royals. End of the 6th, it's 3-0 Indians. Nice. So that would be a good win, and then they will start up tomorrow against the Cincinnati Reds here at home at Progressive Field. We will have the Cavs game tomorrow night. Cavs are in a bad way, boy. They're playing the Maverick.
Anderson Varejao back.
I saw that.
Yeah, but they're not going to play him, right?
They're playing him for like a little bit.
I thought they would just
let him
sign
get some applause when he goes out there. Hey, he's back. He's old.
Well, but I thought it was one of those things where they sign you so you can retire here.
Yeah,
okay.
But they're still let him check in so that the crowd can cheer for him.
But he'll never get any touches, will he?
No, they ran a play for him in the first game.
They did?
Yeah. He missed it, but...
Cavaliers are going to be in Dallas to play the Mavericks tomorrow night. Tip-off at 8:30 here on WMMS. The Tribe game tomorrow night will be on WTAM. And, of course, the free iHeartRadio app. So keep that in mind as well. Speaking of MGK, because I have those tickets all week, did you catch the MGK show at the draft?
No, because he went on when I was at Hilarities. So.
Oh, right. He was on like at night or whatever?
Yeah. I was ruining somebody's party of 8.
Oh, that guy. Yeah. You ruined his whole night.
You ruined his night, though.
Machine Gun Kelly got everybody to sing the SpongeBob theme song.
That's pretty fun.
Well, it's not fun for me because it's all I hear in my house now because my daughter
weren't there.
Full. Huh?
You weren't there.
Somebody sent me the clip. Okay. It's all I hear now is the SpongeBob theme because my daughter's full on in her SpongeBob phase. Mm-hmm. So it's on now.
So you sing it then?
No.
Yes.
When my older kids were into SpongeBob, A, still didn't think that show would be around. B, I got PTSD from this stupid show.
Absorb it in yellow and pores to see. Drop on the something and something you wish.
I do like that he didn't know the words. Drop on the something.
Then flop on the deck in something like a fish. Ready, SpongeBob SquarePants.
Right, so, hey, listen, he's having some fun.
His voice is so like...
little hometown thing.
You can tell he smokes pot. SpongeBob SquarePants.
Well, I feel bad because you don't have to be Celine Dion to nail the SpongeBob song, but still, the article I read, the guy goes, "Is there nothing this man can't ruin?" And I was like, oh, come on, man. He's having some fun.
Playing around.
Yeah, leave him alone. Come on. By the way, SpongeBob, Rolling Stone put out a list of the top 100 sitcoms of all time. And people love lists because, our brains are wired for order. And it's also one of those things that you can get people upset about and arguing and angry. And they put SpongeBob SquarePants at number 34.
It's a sitcom.
There's animated.
I guess
Simpsons
it's a
was number
sitcom,
1.
Yeah.
Schitt's Creek number 100.
Wow.
Yeah.
All the way down
barely
there.
squeaked in.
SpongeBob better than Schitt's Creek.
Behind shows you've never heard of before,
Right.
by the way. Yeah, so the top 3 were Simpsons, Cheers, and Seinfeld. But SpongeBob in at number 34.
Schitt's Creek does not hit me the way it hits you guys.
I love it.
There's
It's
definitely
dynamite.
funny parts in it, but like I just don't like any. I don't know. It's not anything like I feel like I need to keep watching. Like I forget.
It's not for everybody.
I forget that
great.
I'm watching it, and like I never finished it.
Yeah.
Like I'm like, oh, this is funny, and then like I forgot about it, and then never went back to it.
I mean, they put Lower Than Baskets. That show sucks.
I never saw it. That's Zach Galifianakis, right?
Yeah, or Louis Anderson plays his mom. Like, I get it, Big Mouth. Yeah, so anyway, their top 100, Buffalo Bill. Jesus, with Dabney Coleman. Better than Schitt's Creek. We started watching Dave. Is anybody watching Dave?
Every clip I see, it's Lil Dicky's show.
It's Lil Dicky.
Every clip I see, I always laugh, but I've never actually. I don't have FX, so I haven't really.
Well, we were
watched
looking
it.
for new comedy to binge.
It's on Hulu.
It's on.
Is it?
We're watching on
Oh, okay.
Hulu, and I think they just started the second season. Like Andrew Santino's on it, and he's awesome. But I don't know anything about Lil Dicky.
He's a rapper.
I know the name. I know. I don't know why he's got a show. But goddamn, is it funny?
He can do everything. He's one of those guys where he started rapping, but he also produces and he acts and he does.
He was like
all
a
these
YouTube
things
guy,
and-
right?
I think so. One of his clips went viral. I think it was called Pillow Talk.
Okay.
Or bedtime talk, something like that. He's sitting after he hooks up with a girl, and they're going back and forth. That was the first song I heard by him that went crazy popular a few years ago.
Because I didn't realize there was so much anger towards this guy for getting a show by I guess other people in rap or something. They were
I
all
don't know.
mad because he's some joke rapper. But again, the show is funny.
Yeah.
I think. But yeah, SpongeBob number 34 there.
What was the song that he made on a budget? The music video, Lil Dicky's going around to these rich houses in Beverly Hills.
I remember that one.
And he's like, can I shoot here for literally 15 minutes? Literally, that's all we need. He was like, I have my camera crew right here, and they film him going door to door. And these white people, now let it be a black rapper do that. They'd be like, no. But these white people were like, sure, you can use my boat. Sure, you can go on my back.
Stand in my,
you can jump in my pool.
Walkway, yeah.
And he was like, I really don't want to spend a lot of money. He was like, can I shoot with your Ferrari? And he's just standing on these people's cars.
Yeah, I'm the only music I've ever heard of his is whatever he does in the show, and I assume those aren't his actual songs.
I have to look it up now.
He did a song called Ex-Boyfriend in 2013 that got 1 million views in 24 hours.
Wow.
On YouTube.
Yeah,
but anyway, it was a show that we kind of stumbled onto, and it's funny.
Freaky Friday was fun, too.
Yeah, that's him and Drake.
I've got
Chris Brown.
$1,000 for you to win here. It's a chance for you to go fund yourself. So listen closely and good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword green at WMMS.com. That's green. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
Is Dave just white Atlanta? That's what a lot of people said.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe. But it's got actual rappers in it, Trippie Redd, who I think's from Akron, is in an episode, and YG, who I didn't even know was still around, is in it, and whatever. But I mean, just as a show, I think the people in it are funny. But yeah, it's kind of you kind of have to like that. I usually don't like most hipster kind of shows, and it kind of is that,
Mm-hmm.
where everybody's just kind of, but I don't know. It just strikes me.
You like it? It's funny.
Yeah,
it's
it strikes me the right way. There's a guy who got arrested in Nashville. Kid Rock owns a bar in Nashville, and he was getting into trouble in the earlier days of COVID because he was one of these I'm keeping my bar open. I don't care. This is all made up. And then they would fine the guy because you're supposed to be closed and whatever. His bar in Nashville is back in the news, except not for that. Kid Rock's Honky Tonk Rock and Roll Steakhouse in Nashville had to come and arrest a guy who was drunk because he took off his colostomy bag and swung it around at everybody.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my God.
Yeah, they
Isn't there
went
a song like that, like whip it around, like
I think it's Petey Pablo, but it's like North Carolina, come on and raise up.
Take your shirt off.
Oh, there you
Twist it
go.
down your head, spin it like a helicopter.
yeah, there you
All
go.
right. My name is Shrimp.
Bag.
Yeah.
Ew.
Took out his colostomy bag.
Isn't it attached to you?
It is.
So he just
Take
pulled
it out of the port.
It's like a port.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
Well, you have to empty it. Has
That's
to be
a great point.
Has to be removable from your body.
That
Yeah.
makes, just you saying that makes me sick.
Yeah, it's real gross.
Took out his colostomy bag from inside of the front pants area. I love police descriptions of things. And started swinging the bag around, hitting people with his feces.
I would sue him. I would get every dollar I could.
Like a monkey at the zoo.
Every dollar you could from the looks of this guy. Every dollar what? This guy's probably got rubbing 2 nickels together. He's probably spent all the money he had at Kid Rock's honky tonk rock and roll steakhouse.
What on earth would make him do that?
He's got like a forehead
What song
tattoo.
do you think came on?
Huh?
What song do you think came on that
Bob
made
with
him
the
do
bowels?
that? Oh, yeah. Ew.
Up jumps the duty.
The bang a dang diggy diggy. Here come my colostomy bag. Is charged with assault on police officers and public intox. Cops were called 3 times in one night on this guy. This was the 3rd time they showed up. Why didn't the bar just kick him out? What? You got to imagine the cops are like, you're calling us again for this guy? Why don't you take care of your own house here?
Unless it was 3 separate bars.
White guy?
White guy. You're never going to believe this.
Yeah.
White guy. Last year this was the same bar where
black guy, they would put more holes in him.
Kid Rock was getting fined because I ain't shutting my bar down over this liberal hoax. So what does he care though? You know what I mean? Like he's like, yeah, I'll pay the fine. We're gonna stay open. I'll make more money staying open than I will paying the fine.
He's like, I'm making it rain. What?
Yeah, because these places that were getting fined for being open, they're getting fined like $1,000.
Right.
Like, oh, gee, where are we going to come up with that on a Saturday night? Kid Rock's Nashville bar, probably pulling in $15,000 on a Friday night.
I thought every time they're cited, it goes up.
Well, you run the risk of losing your liquor license, like a couple of places downtown did. They're like, okay, well,
allegedly
the state
they lost it.
No, there were a couple of places that have to go to court to get their liquor license back. You can be open all you want, but nobody's going to go to a bar that's not serving booze. Hey, we got
sober bar party.
Yeah, right. Hey, we got some great pink lemonades out here on the deck.
Hey, man, I've been into mocktails lately, and you never underestimate a good one.
I was reading an article a couple of weeks ago about the trend of sober bars.
I would love that.
Bars that don't serve alcohol.
Give me some
but
snacks.
People still go. But I don't get the point.
Some live entertainment so that people who don't drink feel like they're still a part of society.
But they are. Go to a restaurant or go to a place and don't order a drink.
Yeah, some people are super, like when my dad first passed away, and these last few months have been very hard for me to be anywhere because I'm so tempted to drink. I'm coming out of that now. But the first 3 months were really, really tough. And there's some people who never come out of that part of their sobriety where they're tempted every time they're even around it. So I love that idea.
Vina's Fizz House in downtown Portland, Maine, is one of the premier sober bars serving mocktails. It just strikes me as a solution in search of a problem. Like, I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't think so.
if you can make it
nothing
work,
wrong with it, but
I think it's fine. It's the same as like having a vegan restaurant or something like that. If
Yeah.
you don't want to go there, don't go there.
Right. But it's a place for people where you don't even have to worry about it.
Right.
I would love that if Cleveland had a sober bar. That'd be so cool.
The Other Side is a sober bar in suburban Chicago. It's been around almost 10 years because the founder says if you don't drink, you can only go to the movie theater and bowling alley so many times.
Yeah,
because they don't serve alcohol at bowling alleys or movie theaters.
Or just
That's
somewhere
why I
you
don't get the
wanna go.
point. Like they serve booze at all kinds of places.
Right. So people who are sober who don't want to be around it don't have anywhere to go. So give us one bar. I don't think that's too much to ask.
Mm.
Alan says no, you can't have your bar.
Right,
You
I know,
cannot
I'm
have your
seeing
bar.
that.
No, I didn't understand the example of movie theaters and bowling alleys.
He's
both
probably
of
an
which,
older guy. Like, movie theaters haven't always served booze.
I see.
Bowling
And
alleys
also,
have, but
bowling alleys, but it's not as prevalent. Like, you at least have an activity you can do there at night.
right.
Same
but
with the movie
everybody's
theater, you can
drinking.
do that. But
Pitchers of beer.
But you can at least
But not
have an
really.
activity. Like you, there's a lot of bars where the activity is drinking.
Right. There's no pool table. There's no nothing to even do except sit at the bar and get drunk.
They're called zero-proof bars. They're putting them in Dublin. They're putting them in New York City.
That's cool.
Putting them in Boulder.
Hey, you better start.
You just missed one.
Start following the rules, or we're going to give you a liquor license.
No, but here's what it is, though, because there's always you never take anything at face value. These are the places they're going to roll in like CBD drinks,
Probably.
right?
Mm-hmm.
But doesn't that now again? You can be sober and still drink that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But I feel like it's a bit of a hedge too, where they're like, well, we know we can't make a bar work for just people who don't want to drink alcohol. So we're going to bring in like these CBD
Well, they
drinks.
have to-
Kind of a wink.
They have to have something. Yeah. They can't just serve orange juice.
Can I get
pop.
can I get 2 fingers of vanilla extract, please? And yeah.
Yeah, they can't. I mean, they have to have some kind of an inventive either mocktail list or canned. I had a really great at New Belgium Brewing Company. They had this like carbonated white tea. It was like an organic tea drink that was awesome. It was really, really good. It was kind of like similar to like a White Claw, but there was no booze in it. But it was like it was awesome. So like little things like that, you know, different types of non-alcoholic drinks.
Well, maybe Cleveland will get one.
I would be a huge patron if anybody out there is thinking of it.
Mary Santora will be the first person through your. Well,
in Chicago, I did some sober comedy shows, and it was so cool because it was like something to do where there's no pressure, and the sober community could come out and not feel weird or not feel like obligated to buy a drink or a 2-drink minimum or anything like that. It was like, you know, they set up snacks and White Claw, or not White Claw, LaCroix and things like that. But it was, there's an audience for it. There's people
can I get
who
a
wanna
Virgin
go
White
out.
Claw? They just hand you a LaCroix.
Right.
Yeah.
There's an audience for that of people who would want to go
Well,
out.
and these-
Live music.
And these bars too, even though they're sober bars, it's still 21 and up because they want to maintain like that kind of atmosphere.
Yeah.
Like when I was younger, like high school and stuff, there's a big music venue in Chicago called Cabaret Metro. It's like, you know, it's still pretty grimy. But underneath was Smart Bar. It was a juice bar. It was non-alcoholic because they knew it was all kids going up to see the shows.
Yeah.
Right? But these kind of places, they don't want kids in there.
No, they still want it to
They
feel
want
like a
grown-ups.
night out.
Right.
Yeah. No, I love that idea.
Why one of these places has not called itself the Shirley Temple, I don't know why, but so far that's not on there anywhere. So the maybe Cleveland will get one.
Yeah.
It's not out of the realm of possibility.
Yeah.
Cleveland's a cutting edge city.
You let me know.
Right?
Any other restaurateurs
There you
out
go.
there. I'll
Yep.
pitch in where I can.
Yep.
And that may be nothing. I'll run a sober comedy show out of your sober bar.
And she's got assets. She can lend you some curtains.
I got curtains. I got a coffee table, some extra pillows, whatever you need.
All right. Let me break here. If you want to get a text, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com. You can watch live there. You can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Checks.
PlayStation and Xbox consoles. MLB The Show 21 gets you the postseason whenever you want. Don't feel like playing a full 162-game season? You can play only the biggest moments and then cruise your way to victory. Green lights all the way. You can set yourself up. So if you want a copy of MLB The Show, it's available now for PlayStation and Xbox consoles, theshow.com, if you want any further details. Otherwise, be caller 10, and this copy is yours. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Our apologies to second shifters.
All right, here we go, everybody. Let's get to work.
This is no way to start your day.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
35192, send a text. Kansas City Royals still scoreless against the Indians. It's 4-0 in the bottom of the 8th.
Woohoo.
So they pull this off, they will swept the Royals. So they're tied with Kansas City and the White Sox for the top spot there in the division with the Tribe, doing 16-13. Might go to 17-13.
Yeah, Kansas City's been kind of getting by on their pitching. They don't have a lot of bats, and like if you look at their plus minus and runs scored, like the White Sox are like plus like 35 or something like that.
Yeah, the Royals are kind of some smoke and mirrors right now,
they're
but
kind
yeah,
of that. So they're like -8 or something.
Yeah, still a good team though.
Yeah, their pitching is very good, but you still need someone to hit the ball.
Right. Looking ahead to tomorrow, Indians will start the weekend series here at home against Cincinnati. That'll be on WTAM tomorrow night. The WMMS, we will have the Cavs in Dallas to play the Mavericks at 8:30 right here. If you listen to the show in Dallas or anywhere else outside of our area on iHeartRadio, tell me where you do that. Brennan listens in Nashville. Justin is a bureau chief in Honolulu. Ray listens in Vancouver, British Columbia. Mark is in Bailey, Colorado. Joe is in Atlanta. And Jason is in McKinney, Texas. Brand new there. It's a little bit north of Dallas. And I hadn't had Taco Bell in a long time. So yesterday, I'm driving home. Gwen had a margarita. And after the last year, a little goes a long way.
Mm-hmm.
So she goes, how about Taco Bell? And I go, okay. And then I go, well, Cinco de Mayo, so it's going to be busy. But I'm like, that seems a little spot on. Like, I don't even know if people associate Taco Bell with Mexican food. Like, it's just Taco Bell. You know what I mean? So, I get there, line around the... So anyway, I go, okay. So I'm in line for 35 minutes at the drive-thru at Taco Bell.
You're dedicated.
Well, once you're in, I'm not going to... Now it's on my
people
brain.
Behind you. And
But it's also on my brain, and now I want it. So they're clearly slammed, whatever. I'm sitting in line 35 minutes before I even get to the order screen. And so get my order in. I order, I think, 8 or 9 things, right, for the two of us. And then I get to the window, wait another 5 to get the food. And the guy's like, I'm really sorry. I go, hey, don't sweat it, right? Well, I've been here this long, whatever. Get 2 bags, go home. They got 2 items correct out of the whole thing.
Do you think maybe you got someone else's order?
No. Because it had the receipt with the order on. I'm like, guys, we're looking at the same screen. Like you have the screen now. Mm-hmm. Does everything look right on your screen is what they'll say. If you can give them visual confirmation. Yes. And my wife is one of those, like, give me the receipt. I'm going back there. She's one of those people. I go, hey, you're going to wait in line for 40 minutes.
She's going to go back.
For what? Well, listen.
It's all kind of the same stuff.
Right. But also, so I'm pissed because I'm looking forward to it. And literally 9 items, 2 of them were correct.
Yeah, that's frustrating.
Never would have happened at Wendy's.
No, but also, because I very much am like one of those, like when it comes to fast food, screwing things up is a feature, not a bug, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then I go, well, it kind of does suck that we just go,
yeah,
they screwed it up. Like, we're looking at the same screen, man. Like, I paid you for it, but I am in no way a go back there guy.
Yeah.
Because what are they going to do? You want a taco? I mean, they don't, it's kids in the window, like whatever. But I'm like, dude, I've never worked fast food, right? So I'm sure it's tedious. I don't know that it's difficult. So it's like if you look at the
when
screen.
you're slammed like that on that day, I can see why they would mess things up.
I can see
but
more,
also,
but
you got to check the bag before you pull out of the drive-thru.
Dude, I got 9 things, and they're all wrapped up, okay? So you're probably
But they're
right.
wrapped up in things that, like, you can kind of tell what you're getting.
I can't. You just said it yourself. Everything at Taco Bell is the same thing, just
about,
different shapes.
yeah.
Right. So I'm not going to sit there and open and go, well, that looks like my fire taco.
You should have taken
Crunch,
one
crunch.
bite of
That looks
everything
like-
while you're waiting.
These are all wrong. You took a bite out of everything, sir. Well, I had to know what it was.
So I was like, Jesus, like, I get it if you're slammed, but man, you're looking at the screen on the inside.
Right.
You're putting the stuff together right there, you know? Because it's not like places never screw up when they're not busy.
Yeah.
They screw up all the time. But, you know, when I'm dropping $30 at Taco Bell,
right.
I'm like, okay. And then by the time, you know, I get it, and now I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah. See,
I get home, I was just in a foul mood after that.
My first thought was, oh, they handed you the wrong bag. Like when it's that many incorrect items, because I'm like, you couldn't have messed it up that bad. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Like you just full on got the wrong order.
The thought crossed my mind when I got home, but I looked a cursory glance into the bags because I did give it a quick look in the bags. I go,
Yeah.
that all looks right. But you don't know until you open them up.
Yeah.
Nacho cheese instead of sour cream. Like, what?
Yeah.
Bro, I mean, first world problems. But I'm like, I don't F with nacho cheese.
They grabbed the wrong gun. The little.
Ugh, what? Yeah. So, whatever.
So go back today. They won't be as busy, and you'll get the right stuff.
I
No,
purposely
like I
didn't go to
said, it's not
Chipotle
like
for that.
it's not like they don't screw up any fast food place. They screw up all the time, even when they're not busy. But I do like Taco Bell,
Mm-hmm.
right?
So were you?
I'm
Did you still eat it? The incorrect items?
No.
You didn't eat any of it.
Well, one thing.
What'd
Yep.
you do with all the food? Threw it away?
No. I think I gave some to Gwen, and I gave some to the dog, and you know.
Ooh,
so
to the dog.
Well, I didn't give her like fire sauce.
I don't know.
Yeah, it was a.
But I was asked these guys. I was pissed when we were in the elevator yesterday because I was like, on a regular day, I'm like Chipotle after work. Like I already know I'm getting it, so I don't have to order it on Uber Eats. It's right down the road. Fine. And I was in the elevator, and I was like, "Damn it, it's Cinco de Mayo." And I was like, I'm ruining my whole day because I had planned to get Chipotle. I already had a taste for it. I'm like, the line's going to be out the door.
More
So I
busy on
purposely
Cinco
didn't
de
go.
Mayo at Chipotle?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because you get your margarita.
Again, this didn't even occur to me when I thought about it for a half a second about Taco Bell. I'm like, that's silly.
Yeah.
It's not like people go, Cinco de Mayo, let's go to Taco Bell, right?
I think my boyfriend did last night. I think he
Well-
got Taco Bell Cinco de Mayo last night.
Clearly, I was wrong because I mean, I got, like I said, 35 minutes in line at the
way.
drive-through, and
I'm impatient when they're like on Uber Eats and it's being delivered to me. If something's over a 30-minute wait, I'm like, let's see what's closer. Let's see if I can get something within 15,
I mean,
25 minutes.
I'm not impatient, but it's like, you know, you're doing, I'm sitting there and, you know, some people figured, oh, you know, I love the people who think that they're going to crack the code and go into the dining room and order.
Yeah.
It's like, guys, they're just as busy on the
It's the
outside as
same people.
the
Yeah.
You're
food's
just waiting,
coming
yeah.
from, they don't have a
Right.
separate kitchen, you know, for people. But no, so I was in the car sitting there, me and Chris Ty were texting, but 35 minutes, man.
For the wrong food.
Which again, if they had nailed it, I would not have cared at all.
Right.
But it was the combination of the two. The combo, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care
of
what
the
anyone
two.
says. Like they have a window or they have the two drive-throughs where there's like a screen in the middle. One goes faster than the other.
What do you mean?
Like the lane.
Oh, like McDonald's has those double lanes.
Yeah, one lane, like when they have two, there's always one lane that gets through faster. And I'm like, all right, so am I in the fast lane or am I in like the lane that's going to take forever? And I'm like, all right, so let's just stay here and let me observe the cars ahead of me.
I think that depends on on who's in front of you.
But okay, and then I'm like, all right, well, this one's going faster, I'll stay. And then the other one, like, there's 4 cars that go past me. I'm like, how?
Like office space.
How? I always get screwed. So I'm like, next time I'm going to get into that lane. And then I always pick the wrong lane. I was like, okay, that car was behind me, and it just went ahead of me in the window. Damn it, man.
That's something I'm very aware of when
I'm
I go
so
to
pissed.
When I go to the grocery store, I always like to try and pick the fastest lane. Like you go, well, there might be a few more people in this one, but these people have less items. It look like they're going to be using cards, so they're going to get through faster.
my God.
And you'll like try and guess which one, and then you pay attention to who got in the line at the same spot as you and see if you can beat them through.
There was a woman.
I always get behind an old lady who looks like she's going to pay with change so that I can audibly chafe at her.
Well, kind of along those lines.
Come on, lady, while we're young.
Last weekend, I was hanging at my boyfriend's for like most of the day, and I was like, I want to go get like a Sudoku book or something because we were just kind of lazing around. I wanted something to do. So I went to Mark's and I went to get
He's sitting there in front of you.
No,
with his
he
pants
had his-
off,
no,
and you go, let me
no,
go
no,
get a,
no.
let
Just
me,
the way she likes it, with a big one.
Let me go get a
Half of that
Sudoku
is
book.
true. No, it was the day he got a second shot. So he was like in and out of naps and stuff like that. So we were just hanging out and he was laying on the couch. So he had just gotten his second vaccine. So I have a Sudoku book and like a candy bar in my hand. And this woman in front of me.
What candy bar?
A Twix. This woman in front of me.
It's the only candy with a cookie crunch.
It is delicious. Yeah, I'm a left Twix fan. But this one in front of me, she has a full cart in like the 12 items, like full cart, 12 items or less lane. And the girl goes, "Hey, you have too many items to be here."
The checkout girl.
Yeah, the checkout girl. And so the woman just keeps putting her stuff up and acts like she didn't hear her. And the woman's not, the checkout girl isn't ringing her out. And she's like, "Ma'am, you have too many items to be in this lane." And the woman was like, "Well, the other lanes are all full and I'm not going to wait that long." And she was like, "I don't have a bagger. That's why it's 12 items or less. So, like, it's just me working here. You can't be here." And the woman was like, "I'll bag my items myself. Just start checking them out." Like, she had this horrible attitude and was, like, yelling at this poor
Very
checkout girl.
impatient. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I was like, who do you think you are that you're like, "I'm not going to wait in this line over there. That's too long." And, like, you
That's a lot of people, though.
total disregard for all the rules because you don't feel like waiting. I was so mad at her.
Follow the grocery law.
It's grocery law.
It's grocery law.
If we don't, without grocery law, there's grocery chaos.
Well, Mary, she was inconsiderate of other people's feelings, but you don't know
Cody,
what she
that's
was going.
completely
You
different.
don't know what she was going through
Being
that
mad at
day.
no,
You don't know,
no.
so she could just disregard the
Being
rules
mad at
and
somebody for-
regulations
no.
and bag them herself. She's taking it upon herself to bag her items to make everyone else's life easier.
Coughing in
he's
public?
right.
No, he's not.
Because maybe she was in a hurry because
She had to get home to her sick dad.
No.
He can't be home alone for long periods of time. She was catering to him. She probably had food in her bags to cook for him. You don't know what she was going through that day. She probably was in a rush.
You don't go and buy.
So you're just
40,
angry at her?
No, you don't go and buy an entire cart full of groceries if you're in a rush.
Your dad was a big guy.
He's never gone grocery shopping in a rush.
But I'm saying,
if you're going to get an entire week's worth of groceries, you're not in a rush. I don't believe that. What are you on
Right.
supermarket sweep?
Right.
Running through the aisles with oars?
Leslie
knocking
Jones
things into
is
your,
yelling
yeah,
at you over
No.
there.
You're not just knocking things into your cart.
I think you're being real inconsiderate, Mary.
I think that you're wrong. I think that someone
He's
coughing
trolling
in
you.
public,
He's trying to
I know
find
what he is.
something to get under.
absolutely not.
Under your
Someone
skin.
coughing in public is not breaking a rule. This woman is breaking the rules and yelling
Continuously?
at the girl.
Let me
for
ask
it.
you this: the table that woman was seated at, was there a clearly posted 12 coughs or less sign, or fewer?
This is the express cough table.
That's right. Hey, Tim,
Hey guys,
what's going on?
I don't know that. I don't know how to follow that, but Alan, I feel your pain with the drive-through thing.
Yeah.
What was that scream?
Don't worry about
Those
it.
the rats.
Okay. All right. So I drive around a lot throughout the day, so I eat a lot of fast food. I pretty much plan on getting the order incorrectly. It's ridiculous, but I mean that's just how it is, I guess.
But that's also why I'm not substitutions guy. Because any curveballs you throw at people, I'm not saying you are, I'm just saying some people are like, could you make this for me, but like take this off and add this? I'm like, man, you are just stacking the deck against yourself. Just order them as they robotically put them together on the menu. Because
Or should you alter it a little bit because then they actually have to pay attention to it? Because if they're
that's
on
what I thought.
autopilot,
But that's what I thought with the screens that we're both looking at, by the way. Like we're both, everything right on your screen? Yes.
everything right on your screen.
Same one you're looking at. That's right. Go ahead, Tim.
Literally on the way home, I ordered yesterday or the day before 2 cheeseburgers from a burger joint, and they gave me hamburgers.
Yeah.
Not a big deal, but I wanted cheeseburgers. And one last thing, it's the only argument I have against $15 minimum wage thing.
I knew somebody was going to do this too. As I was saying
but
it,
no.
I knew somebody was going to.
No. That's not my point. It's just if it's going to be that, they got to get it right, because right? I mean, don't they? Right?
Lots of people get paid a lot of money to be bad at their job.
That's absolutely correct. You're talking to one right now, Tim.
I disagree. You guys make me smile and laugh all day long.
And fart, I hope.
Of course.
We'll add that to it. Yeah, I'm good there.
Okay. Thank you, Tim. I appreciate the call. Thanks, Tim. Yeah, so again, it is what it is, but boy, I was just like, that was not a fun experience.
It's been a while. I mean, I don't get a lot of fast food, but it's been a while since I've had anything wrong. The only thing I ever alter when I go to a fast food place is when I get a Big Mac, I want extra pickles. And there have been a couple times where I don't get my extra pickles and I'm kind of upset. I'm like, man, that's all I needed was
I wanted a jar of pickles. Ma'am, I didn't know that. By the way, people are telling me there is a zero-proof bar.
Where?
East Side. It's called Unbar on Larchmere.
I will absolutely look into that. Thank you, guys.
I don't know if it's over by school or what, but...
Cleveland.
Yeah, Unbar. If you know where Ola Tacos are?
I do not.
Okay.
But I will find it.
There you go. Near Shaker Square.
5-star rating.
Unbar Cafe. Open until 8 p.m.
Hey.
Because you don't have to be open late when you're not serving booze.
Just give me a nice little sandwich.
But why not just like a coffee joint?
Because I don't want coffee. You want to be out at night. You want to
8
be...
p.m.?
No, not this place specifically, but like you want to be out having like a cool little drink and socializing.
Okay.
We're still people, Alan.
No, listen, God bless. I mean, it's no skin off my ass. I'm just, Alan Cox Show After Hours line. You can always leave us a message there. Why not? It's 216-986-8903.
Hey, guys. Love the show. I just got a new phone, so I've been listening through my earphones at work to as much Bill and Mary comedy as I could. And regarding that caller from I don't know when, I think you guys are great. And I don't think anybody else is an idiot. So that's what I had to say. Thank you.
Yeah, take that, other people.
Yeah.
Bill allegedly ruined some guy's night. Please. Maybe it was opposite day when he called. Maybe he was trying to say that his table of 8 was the greatest time they'd ever had. And we just weren't picking up on it.
Someone called in and told you were in their night.
Well, so when you were gone, comment or something like that.
I saw your post about that guy.
But then that guy called in and he's like, "You're not good at your job. You shouldn't even do it anymore. Nobody likes you. You ruined. You were so bad on Saturday night opening for Sam
He was a little hyperbolic.
Yeah,
he said that Bill ruined their night.
Wow.
Even though Bill was the host, if you allow your night to be ruined by the first guy up there, you probably didn't have much going on anyway.
Wow.
But that guy with his new phone, he's all about it.
Yeah.
He's got the Mary Santora album there.
Hillbilly Bougie.
He's going to have the Bill Squire album.
And he's got the old ones. There's Just Say Your Jokes, Decisions Are My Thing, Crowded, The Legend of Bill Squire.
What's the new one? It's Worthless.
There's not a name for it.
Crying on my butt.
I have a name for it, but I'm going to announce it this weekend.
It's not Yes Men in the Front Row?
No, it's not that. Not that.
Because that first one you came up with was no bueno. What was the first? What was it?
Lessons and Preferences.
Yeah. And it goes with a bit.
No, I get that, but that's what I'm telling you guys. You get away from the bits.
First of all, don't tell us what to do.
Get away from... Start drinking alcohol again, Mary.
I'll let you know that this one is not a bit. Like, the name that I'm going with is not a bit. But I think it's good. It's a good name.
All right. Hey, you do whatever you want, right?
Yeah,
it's your thing.
I
always get my own way.
I've been working on these dead dad jokes, and I'm up to about 12 minutes of them, just surrounding our relationship and things like that. And it's getting mixed reviews, depending on how I approach it.
It's a very difficult topic, but as a fellow comedian, I think they are very well written and very funny. It's just people are uncomfortable.
It makes people
with
uncomfortable.
It. Yeah.
Yes.
So it's not that they're not funny. It's just people are like, oh, I don't know if I'm supposed to laugh at that.
Right.
And that's the challenge in jokes
Well,
like
it's
that.
always
And
the
the more
people-
you do them, the more you'll make them comfortable.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's always the people who also have a deceased relative, grandparent, whoever, that laugh the
AKA
hardest.
everyone.
Well, the people who laugh the hardest are like, I lost my dad last year. My mom's been dead 5 years. Those are the people who love it. And the people who are like, you are making us uncomfortable. You're ruining our night. You shouldn't talk like that, are people who have never lost anybody. So I'm like, I don't really
But
know.
everybody's
that-
lost somebody.
Right. So,
But people didn't articulate that sentiment to you, did they?
one time.
One time.
Someone, I mean, people are audibly like gasping, like, oh my God. I can't believe
Sometimes
she
a gasp
said
is
that.
as good as a laugh. You should go, well, you know what, ma'am? I appreciate your opinion, and now I hope that you do lose someone close to you.
No, and that's
so
what,
I can gain a laugh.
that's what I tell people
You
when
humorless whore.
when they come up to me and they're like, oh, that was great. I lost my mom last year. I say the same thing. I'm like, I'm sorry that you can relate to these jokes, but I'm glad that you enjoyed them, that kind of a thing. But I made a girl cry for the first time in Fort Collins. I guess she lost her dad like 10 years ago. And her girlfriend came up to buy a CD afterward. And she was like, you know, my friend was really affected by those jokes. She lost her dad 10 years ago and she's in the bathroom crying right now. And I was like, oh no, like I didn't want. And then I went into the bathroom to talk to this girl. I was like, is everything okay? And she was like,
You went in to talk to her.
yeah, I felt bad for making her cry.
Chicks.
And she was like,
Did you tell her that you can't cry anymore?
no, I didn't. I probably should have shared that.
Maybe you need Lexapro.
Yeah, you'll stop crying altogether.
I'd love to join you, man, but as you can see, I'm dry as a bone. I don't know what to tell you.
It was just a really weird, it was like a very, I don't even know how to describe the experience, but she was saying how like when her dad died, she was the only one in her family that made jokes about it. That everybody else was like, please stop saying these things. We understand that's how you're coping, but it's hard for us to hear it. And she said to hear me say those jokes, she saw it from like her family's point of view, where she's looking at me like, oh no, you poor girl. And she's like, I loved the jokes. Kind of what Bill said. They're well written. She's like, it just hit me in the wrong way and I'm a little bit drunk. So I came in here to cry alone.
Cry alone in the stall.
I'm so sorry.
With my skirt around my ankles.
Did she buy a poster?
I don't have any posters, but she did not buy a CD.
Okay. Oh.
Let me take a break. If you want to get a text, 35192 to do that. You can listen on the iHeartRadio app, and we'll be back. Next chance, by the way, to grab yourself some money is I'll have $1,000 for you coming up at 5:30.
Take
these guys?
Modest Mouse?
Modest Mouse. Good pull.
American Eagle music.
This song's almost 20 years old. It is, really.
Yeah.
Modest Mouse. I think they're from Portland.
I don't know.
Yeah. I saw they have their first album in 6 years is coming out in June. I'm like, Jesus, Modest Mouse. Where the hell have they been? One of the worst names in rock and roll, but this was the big song of theirs. Again, almost 20 years old. This song called Float On. They had a song called Dashboard that was real good too. But
they opened for Black Keys in 2019, or it might have been early 2020. It was one of the last shows I went to.
Really? A recent tour with them?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't even know they were doing anything.
Whenever the Black Keys were at Romo Fijo, it was either late 2019 or early 2020. And I went, and it's the only time I've ever seen them, but they sounded awful.
Modest Mouse?
They were terrible. Yeah, Modest Mouse. I couldn't understand anything they were saying. This was the only song that I recognized. But like just the sound of them, it was really, really bad. Black Keys sounded great.
Was that a half-house show, though? I feel like the Black Keys bit off more than they could chew with a Romo Fijo.
No, I mean, from what I remember, it was pretty full.
Was it?
The entire floor was completely sold out, and I was high, so I was up a little. I remember just like watching
Seat-wise,
the people.
or you were...
No, I was on an edible at the time. Because I remember I looked at my cousin, and I loved it so much. It was like the first rock show I had ever been to. But at one point, I looked at my cousin, and I looked back, and there was this huge inflatable chair on the stage. And I was like, how long has that chair been there? He goes, like 4 songs. Like, what have you been? It's like, I must have been just staring at the crowd or something.
Your first rock show was a year before last?
I think so.
Black Keys and Modest Mouse.
We talked about it on air because I said that I was surprised that they didn't do any cover songs. And you guys made fun of me, and because I said pretty much every country show I've ever been to, there's always at least 1 or 2 cover songs that they do. And I was very surprised that they didn't play one single cover song.
It's because rock bands take pride in their craft.
Right, I guess. But yeah, you guys made fun of me.
We make fun of you so much, though.
Yeah.
We lose It's really hard to nail it down.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen... I mean, I went to Clutch years and years and years ago.
I mean, that's a rock show.
But
That's
I had
real
a
rock
panic attack and I had to leave.
At Clutch?
At Clutch. Because there was just so many people
X-Ray
there.
Vision. Was this at Peabody's? Where'd they play?
No, it was at the old Agora before they did the whole revamp of it.
Oh, yeah, before they redid it.
Before they put in like the millions of dollars to make it was
right.
Yeah.
By the way, I can't say what it is, even though I very much want to. But Jason has an announcement for you tomorrow morning at 10:40. There's a band. It's going to be a huge show. It's no exaggeration.
And if you like rock lobsters, you'll be very excited.
No, it's not the B-52s.
That'd be very funny if that was what we were hyping up.
Yeah.
It's like the big concert that's coming. It's like, hey, Cleveland's open again, and the B-52s are here to show you how to rock again.
Tell you missed B's 1 through 51. So tomorrow morning, Jason will have all the details for you. It's a band returning to Cleveland in the fall, and I'm very excited about it. So he'll tell you tomorrow morning at 10:40. That's the first hour of his show after we're over.
There is one more table available for Saturday's album recording show.
Oh, good
Thank you.
for you.
Now, that can be 2 people, 4 people.
It can be 2 people or 4 people.
2 or 4,
Yes.
okay.
Whoever snatches it up, then it's gone.
Mm-hmm.
And then that show is sold out.
Okay.
You're so excited.
Yeah. I don't know how to be excited like you.
I don't either.
No, you like have like genuine excitement and it's like bubbly and fun. And I'm just like, yeah, I like doing sold out shows. Sold out shows are fun for me. But yeah, it's a good feeling.
It's awesome.
And you're in Cuyahoga Falls tonight.
Tonight, I have 2 shows as part of the Rubber City Comedy Festival at the Funny Stop tonight at 7 and 9. And then, hosting for Bill this weekend.
Hilarities.com for those tickets. FunnyStop.com to see Mary tonight.
I called into an Akron radio show this morning, and we're talking about the shows tonight.
Which one?
WNIR.
Talk radio?
Yeah.
Who's on in the morning?
Angela, Steve, and Phil.
My dad loves WNIR.
Angela, isn't Bob Golick on over there?
Not
think
the
so.
morning.
I know there's the couch burner guy.
They had a guy die over there or something? A guy had been on for a long time?
You knew him.
Stan Pyatt passed away a few years ago.
Okay.
He had retired from there a few years ago, and then he passed away about 2 years ago.
I gotcha. So you were on with Stan and
Stan was
Jim or Angela.
Jim and Tom and Stan.
Angela and Phil.
Yeah. No, but the one guy asked about comedy festivals. He's like, so is it like a regular festival? And I was like, yep, just like Bonnaroo. We're just hanging out in a desert.
In a desert.
Doing drugs.
With fishnets and everybody's on
Coachella
acid.
is what you're thinking of there.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of.
Bonnaroo's in a field.
Okay, either way.
Right. Either way, we're in a field / desert / whatever.
I was like, no, it just means a lot of comedy.
This is an indoor comedy festival.
Right.
So how? It's one night tonight?
No, they started last night, and
they did. Okay.
Funny Stop is like the hub for it.
Gotcha.
So most of the main shows are run out of the Funny Stop, and then they have a couple satellite venues as well.
So you're on only one night of it.
One night of it. So
Gotcha.
I'm tonight's headliner. Last night was Mike Conley. Tonight is myself. Tomorrow and Saturday is Ian Fidance. I don't know if you guys know him.
I do. He's great.
Super funny. He featured for Dave Attell last time he was
with,
here.
Dave Attell. He looks like another Jim Two's. Kind of like it.
Kind of,
he's
yeah.
kind of got a Jim Two's vibe to him, but he's very, very funny.
So he'll be there Friday and Saturday. But yeah, I think this is their first year doing the festival, so it's pretty cool. You know, built from the ground up kind of thing. And
good for them.
Yeah.
Okay, I got a $1,000 here to give to you. It's a chance for you to go fund yourself. So listen closely and good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword budget at WMMS.com. That's budget. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
Alan Cox Show After Hours line. You can leave us a message there anytime you like, whether it's in between shows, whether it's during the show, whatever. 216-986-8903.
Hi, Alan. It's Scott in Brunswick. I don't say this a lot, but I find myself agreeing with Poundcake. I heard the podcast from yesterday where he was talking about...
People always feel compelled to say, you know, I don't agree whether it's Poundcake or any one of us. I disagree with everything you say. Normally, I think you suck. But
usually when I hear Bill talk, I want to jam a knitting needle in my ear. But one time he said something that I was like, oh, okay. I guess that's all right.
Normally, Alan, I want to drive into the nearest utility pole when I hear you speak, but...
being bothered by that lady coughing loudly at a sushi restaurant, and I kind of agree with them. I used to work at a library, and we'd have a lot of elderly people come in to use the library, and I'd be on my lunch break, and there's nothing worse than trying to eat your food and just hearing loud, persistent, hacky phlegm coughs. Complete appetite ruiner. I think Mary should try eating a meal while somebody is coughing and hacking loudly in the background with a phlegm-filled throat, and then see if she still feels the same about how Poundcake felt about that lady at the sushi restaurant.
I got to tell you, I must be a high screener. I wouldn't care. If somebody was coughing and hacking, I mean, unless they're right next to me, I don't care. It's not going to ruin my dinner or screw me up if I'm having lunch at work. I mean, like, I don't get it.
And how do you know that I'm
It's not ideal, but still.
Right. How do you know that I'm not coughing while I eat? That's how I enjoy dinner. That I take a bite and then I put it all back into my mouth.
You're like a pelican.
Yeah.
You get it all in there. And then,
how do you know that lady, that's just her going into the 12 items or less line is how she enjoys shopping?
Those are not the same thing.
It is.
She was breaking the rules, Cody. The woman coughing at the restaurant
COVID protocol.
That's not a rule. There was no posted
masks
sign
aren't rules
saying...
either.
Did you have your mask on the entire time you were sitting at your table?
No, I'm saying for those people, it's not a law that I have to wear my mask.
It's a mandate.
So now you're a anti-masker.
What?
That is a weird...
You're right.
What?
I'm upset that the woman broke the rules at the grocery store, so I'm an anti-masker.
Because you're always like...
He's just spewing stuff. He doesn't know what's good. He's trying desperately to try to get a similar situation here, and it's not. There's clearly a sign posted. It says 12 items or less, fewer if they're grammatically correct. And then you put 12 items or fewer on the belt.
And the girl asked her twice to get out of line. The checkout girl asked her twice, ma'am, you have too many items, you can't be in this line.
Here's the problem, Poundcake, is that you don't have enough information in your story. You said you didn't know if the woman had a mask on. You didn't know what she was doing. Mary saw the lady.
Yeah.
You said that you didn't go and look, and if you had been able to like visually confirm a couple of other things, you would have been like,
She was a
"She didn't
sneaky
have a mask,
cougher.
she didn't ha-" What?
She knew,
cougher.
She knew what she was doing might cause like uproar. So every time.
How do you know what she knew she was doing?
I kept trying to catch her, Alan.
But you didn't. Is my point. You didn't see anything she was doing.
So it was just a phantom cough, just coming out of nowhere.
I didn't say that you didn't hear it. I'm saying I asked you questions yesterday. Does she have a mask on?
Was she coughing into her
Was she
arm,
coughing into her
or-
arm?
I
don't
kept
know.
trying to look every time I would like get up to, because like I said, I wasn't just gonna get on my knees and turn around and see if she was coughing.
Why would you have to crawl around the restaurant like
I wasn't
Schwarzenegger and Commando or something to see?
I would go up and get another plate of food, and I said, I'll see the culprit when I get up. I was telling my boyfriend, I'm like, when I get up, I'm gonna get a little looky, and
Maybe
see if she'll cough as I get up. But she never coughed from the moment I left my chair.
Okay.
To the time I was at the buffet, to the time I sat back down, there was nothing. As soon as I sit down, take a spoonful of my chicken teriyaki.
Who eats chicken teriyaki with a spoon? Poundcake.
Someone who's eating
chicken
a
teriyaki with a
sushi buffet?
spoon?
Yeah,
What are you, 5?
He's a unique guy.
Wow, doesn't it all slip out? Oh, what's your version of forks?
It's how I enjoy my dinner.
On a spoon.
It's actually kind of an Asian way of eating. Is like you have a spoon and a fork, and you use it to tear the chicken apart, and then you put rice on the spoon, and you put the chicken on. Like you use the fork to like shovel food onto the spoon.
Shovel.
That way.
That's how you shovel your food.
No, but that's like
well,
that's
it's
how
like people
that's
who
how
eat
it in the
spaghetti with a
Philippines.
fork and a spoon.
Yeah,
And,
Yeah,
that's how it
Alan,
in the
that's what I
Philippines,
was
so.
doing.
Oh, co-signing on what Bill just explained.
Yeah,
that's how I eat.
You didn't know all the facts.
You asked who eats chicken teriyaki with a spoon, so there's probably people that do.
I was just
But
being
they're also using a
cultured,
fork.
Alan.
Last time I checked, you're not Asian, Poundcake.
No, I was just being cultured. I try to use chopsticks when I can. If not, I'll do the whole method.
I feel like you're a guy.
You just had no idea. We were all learning from Bill just now. You had no prior knowledge that had anything to do.
I was like, wow, that's pretty neat.
I could see Poundcake using chopsticks with 2 hands, where he's like trying to
Stabbing the chicken one piece at a time.
All right, or just like trying to work it like a crane, just like.
Yeah.
It's stupid because when I try to get rice and chopsticks, I like scoop it, and then like whatever I can't get on the like little scoop of chopsticks, I just put my hand underneath and just eat it as and then lick it out of my palms.
Your boyfriend is probably paying that lady to cough, so he'd be like, "Oh boy, I don't like this coughing lady. Can we get out of here?" Because he's embarrassed to eat with you in public.
Whatever. I'm a prize.
Hey, Woody.
Participation award.
Alan.
Yes.
How's your day, brother?
Good. What's up?
I'd like to go back to that Cody was talking about how he would like stop, drop, and like crawl around to investigate someone's COVID cough, like it was.
He's like army crawling through this restaurant there. Yeah. Right.
Yeah, like it's like, you got to get low to the ground because COVID, hangs in the air like smoke or something during a fire.
That's right. It's all warm air, so the COVID rises to the ceiling.
Reverse your fans.
Reverse your fans. Don't blow that COVID back on you.
But hey, earlier today in the show, you were talking about how, like Mary, I slips and falls sometimes, and Cody, he likes to, inherently slips all the time, and either he's caught or not caught.
Right.
But I sent you some photographs of a roof that we work on, and I don't want to get into too much the technical detail, but there's this type of roof we work on, and it's basically a plastic roof, and it is, if there's just an ounce of moisture or like dew or frost, it is the most slippiest thing in the universe, and to walk around on this thing, it is inherently someone's gonna fall down. It's just a given. So
yeah, it's like you got to have lineman boots to walk around up there.
Yeah, right. But except of course, you can't punch any holes in it. But yeah, it's ridiculously. I've never stepped on anything on a TTO roof with frost on it. It's beyond slipperier than ice. And so you got 10 guys up there. Somebody is going to slip and fall down. At least once. Every couple hours. It's just a given that. If this is the situation, someone's going down today.
You wear extra padding on those days?
Well, yeah, you got to take care of it.
Uh-huh. All right, thank you, Woody. Be safe out there. By the way, somebody called me on the After Hours line, has audio of Bill slipping at hilarities.
Lord Jesus Christ, help me, Lord, please, Jesus, please. Jesus, God, help me, Lord, Jesus, help me. I'm falling down the steps, oh Lord, Jesus Christ, please. My shoe.
My shoe.
I do care about my shoes, so that makes sense.
That is true. He's a sneakerhead.
Mm-hmm.
Well, good. That's that is. I mean, you really underplayed what happened. You made it sound like it was a little stumble on the steps.
Can you send that to me so I can put it as my opening track on my album?
Of course. I've got to take a break. If you want to get a text in here, 35192 to do that. If you need to hit us up otherwise, you can go to alancoxshow.com. You can watch live there too and listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Check.
That's helpful. 35192 if you want to send a text. If only Josh Duggar had called that line. Jesus Christ. Are you looking at that story?
Yeah.
I guess if you have 19 friggin' kids, one of them's going to be a perv, but this Josh Duggar from that 19 kids and counting family years ago, he had already gotten into some trouble because the sisters came out and said he was touching them when they were little, and now they got him with child porn. And it's just gross.
They said over 200 images, and all the some of the kids were as young as 5.
I was reading a thing with, he's married, has he got kids of his own?
7.
7 kids?
7 kids of
He
his
has
own.
7 kids of his own. I saw the story on TMZ. I was like, ugh.
But they released him on bail.
They did? Sorry. They did? I can't believe that.
Well, I'll just read this to you. The former reality star was released on bail Wednesday as he awaits trial on child pornography charges. They imposed quite a few restrictions on him, including the requirement that he not have contact with any children other than his own, natch, and that he only sees his own kids if his wife is present. Another part of this story is that apparently he had put, because these Jesus freaks can't handle, dealing with masturbation or whatever, so he put this porn filter on his computer that would send, if he looked at porn, it would send the information to his wife. So his wife would know if he... Well, then, because he likes the kiddie stuff, he ends up finding a way to bypass that filter. So it's an entirely moot point that he had it on there. It's called Covenant Eyes or something. It's some religious thing that, people who... Because if you're religious at all, you're taught that your body is filthy and dirty and you should never... They put these on their computers so that someone close to them knows when they're looking at pornography. So anyway, so he bypasses that whole thing. He's going to live in a self-contained space on the property of family friends. A pastor and his wife. A pastor and his wife. He has to surrender his passport. He'll be monitored by GPS. Agents who were involved in the story said that this was top 5 cases of the worst that they've ever had to examine in the way of child pornography.
Damn.
And those people see a lot.
Yeah.
I don't know how those people aren't all who work in those child sex crimes division or whatever.
How do they even?
You have to have an iron constitution, man, to just see that all. I mean, somebody's got to do it, and God bless them, but to do it all day long.
Oh, makes me sick.
I know I don't even really want to keep talking about it, but I wonder what constitutes the worst. He had the most, or the most graphic?
How graphic, I imagine.
They said that they were in activities.
Graphic details. One series of videos was in the top 5 of the worst that I've ever had to examine, said one agent.
Oh, God.
He is not to go to birthday parties, family dinners, church activities. He cannot possess erotica, controlled substances, firearms, or any item that can access the internet.
What's erotica?
Pornography. Yeah, sexual material.
Why can't they just say that?
Can't even have a nudie magazine. Well, no, anything. I mean, British Vogue for this guy. Of course, Billie Eilish is probably aged out of what this guy's into.
For him,
yeah. It's pretty wild. Okay, so tomorrow morning, by the way, Jason is going to have some information for you on a big show coming in the fall. And it's no exaggeration. I'm excited. I wish I could tell you. He's going to tell you tomorrow morning at 10:40. A show coming to, I think it's the Romo Fijo. But that's all I'll say. By the way, I did not see it, but I've had a whole bunch of people tell me that somebody in one of their stories on Channel 3 this morning used Romo Fijo.
Hey!
So thank you for that. It is also, by the way, Romo Fijo is a geotag, on Instagram.
Yeah, when I was at the hockey game, I tagged it.
Yeah, so I've seen, you can tag Romo Fijo if you're going to a Cavs game or something. I've seen that.
We're doing it.
Well, there was a big gap there, obviously, because there was nothing going on. But now I see Romo Fijo popping back up, and that's cool. I know there was a guy on another station in town that was asked to stop using it because it's not one of our stations. And why promote another show? I get that. Even if you don't know that it's from me, it's in the bloodstream. That's even better. If you just heard somebody say it. So 10:40 tomorrow, Jason's going to have those details for you. 7 members of a cult are in jail because their leader died and they kept her mummified remains in the house.
Yeah.
Looking at this people and looking at the woman who was running the
Man.
thing, I mean, these were clearly all tweakers or something. This was in rural Colorado. And this woman and her the family was on Dr. Phil last year for a segment called My Sister is Running a Cult. The woman is Amy Carlson. She died. The cult called The Love Has Won, W-O-N, religious group. And I guess they couldn't let her go because they kept her mummified remains. It didn't have any eyes. They kept the corpse. And so those people are in jail on those charges. And, of course, 2 counts of child abuse because there were a couple of kids there, too.
Uplifting segment.
They had Kids Corner.
I was like, come on.
They kept the woman sitting upright. Her eyes were gone. She was caked in glittery makeup. And the body was wrapped in a sleeping bag and Christmas lights. So I'm sure no drugs were involved at all. It's like the end of Hereditary.
That's so gross, dude.
I believe that my daughter Amy is the leader of a cult.
Growing up, my sister Amy was very sweet.
She got good grades.
Amy didn't show any signs of acting different.
Amy was married 3 times by the time she was in her early 20s.
Amy.
Okay, so there's strike 1. She was married 3 times by the time she's in her early 20s. We didn't see any signs that our sister was different. Now, sure, she was married thrice by the time she was 22. But, I mean, this is rural Colorado. We called her an old maid.
She had 3 children with 3 different dads.
After her 3rd child was born, Amy became very distant.
She did neglect her children.
Around 2006, she started acting strangely.
Amy has bounced around from different states.
The sister is cute, by the way. One of them. I mean, really. If anybody's going to start a cult, it should have been the hot sister.
People would listen.
She started calling herself Mother God, and she believed that she was God.
All right, the woman called herself Mother God. That's the thing, too. She claimed she was a 19 billion-year-old being reincarnated as Cleopatra, because you never go for, like, you know, the person in steerage on the Titanic.
No.
You're always reincarnated as Cleopatra, Jesus Christ, and Joan of Arc, is what she said. She also
All at the same time, huh?
She also claimed that Donald Trump was her father, which puts him at 19 billion and 70 years old, I guess.
No, her father, not Cleopatra's father, or Joan of Arc's father.
Yeah,
Jesus'
sure.
father, yeah.
So you can figure out where she's coming from.
My sister is running a cult with a bunch of followers in Hawaii.
She has been in charge of a group called Love Has Won.
She believes that she has been sent here to save the world.
No matter what's happened to me, I will still stand for love. I commanded all my atoms to come home back in the light.
All of Amy's followers refer to her as Mom or Mama.
Mom is absolutely amazing. She's magical.
I believe that Amy is scamming all of her followers. She has people buy stuff for her and send her gifts.
Your contract is to be conscious. So having the unconscious is saying, I'm failing my contract, Mother.
Love Is One puts out daily live streams every day. On all the videos, she is screaming, she is cursing.
I mean, it really can't be hard to start a cult. I mean, really.
Right.
These are not dynamic personalities. Everybody loves to point at, like, the dynamic personalities. Your Jim Joneses, your David Koresh's, your David Miscavige's, your Donald Trumps, right? Start a cult. What about these dopes are just like, hey, I got 8 people.
Yeah.
They're buying me stuff.
Yeah.
Buying me
cult.
stuff. You know what I mean?
It's a cult, you know, we manage, you know, we get by.
Sure.
We're a small cult, but we do.
She is demanding people to do what she asks.
My own light workers battle me! Serving love and bringing in a new paradigm, you whores.
Amy calls anyone who is a non-believer whores and retards.
Retards. She calls anyone who are non-believers whores and retards.
Oh my gosh.
What happened to all the love stuff there?
Yeah.
And then they discovered meth.
Whores.
Amy calls anyone who is a non-believer whores and retards.
spiritual ego whore. Done! If you're not connected to me, you're out.
Amy does
I'm definitely getting the love right off of her. Definitely
creepy,
feeling the
dude.
love.
high and drunk in the videos.
Amy believes that she can give spiritual surgeries, and she believes that she can heal anyone.
I like that. Dude, the
Spiritual
state of healthcare, a spiritual surgery, I feel like it'd be a lot cheaper. No wonder these people are following her. They're like, I got this thing, my sciatica's acting up.
yeah.
Man, I got this thing in my knee.
Pray it away.
It's like gravel in there.
With her hands.
My sister has claimed to talk to famous people as Robin Williams.
I got him, Robin.
She claims that she is Jesus, Marilyn Monroe, Cleopatra, and different people in the past.
You can, like, tear me down, kill me. I've been killed several times. Kill me!
It does seem like they're following a crazy person. She's not Amy anymore.
Anyway, so these people. So that lady's dead.
And they kept her mummified body.
Amy Carlson, yeah, she's 45.
What constitutes mummification?
I think when it just, I don't think they did anything to her. They just kept the corpse.
Oh.
And it dehydrates and it exsanguinates and the whole thing, right? So just whatever.
And they all call her mother, so it's only natural that in death they call her mummy.
Oh, she couldn't die.
Bill Squire.
Recording an album this weekend. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Hilarities.com.
That's right.
One
Yep.
show left, or one table left.
Uh-huh. They said, I've never seen a group of people be so nonchalant about a dead person in their living room, said one of the police officers. One of the members said that they kept the body rather, because she didn't pass away. She simply ascended. But she was suffering from cancer. So I guess her spiritual surgeries, those who can't do, teach. She couldn't, physician, heal thyself. She couldn't do it.
I have never, well, with the exception of Jamaica, I have never seen a dead body outside of the coffin. That would, like,
I don't
freak
think
me
I'd come
out.
back from it.
Come back from what? You've never seen a dead body in the wild? No.
In the wild?
Well, you know what I mean? Like, out of a coffin.
Well, like, Jamaica, we were just driving past. We didn't get close. So it would be different if I walked up on something. But, like, I think I would really be scarred if I was just, like, walking down the
Yeah,
street and
same.
I would be the person to find,
Really?
you know, a body.
Just a body.
You found a body before?
I mean, I've seen people get shot in the street who died. We saw, I've talked about it. Gwen and I,
Yeah.
the body in Jamaica was just one of the many times that Gwen and I have traveled places and there's a dead body there. There was a dead guy on the beach in Mexico.
Well, on
and,
the
you know.
beach, you said that there was like a big crowd around him at that point. I don't want to be the person to find like remnants of a
You
body.
don't want to be
Like,
first on the scene.
You don't want to be the one that like taps me like, hey buddy, you all right?
No. Hey,
buddy,
you
you
awake,
okay?
man?
No, I'm not touching it because I don't want people to think that it's me. Like they were like, your DNA is on it. I'm like, I found that bitch. She was just laying face down. What was I supposed to do?
Well, I mean, they have to have more than DNA to tie someone to a murder. I don't think you're going to...
I'm not taking no chances.
But why would you touch it?
Roll them over.
Like shaking him, be like, hey, are you all right?
Oh.
If they're face down on the ground.
She could be taking a nap inside of a puddle, like while her face is in a puddle.
All
I
of a
don't know.
sudden, you care about a guy lying face down? What does he always say? I ain't going to do nothing if I'm going to get in trouble. Right. Like your friend's robbing a bank. You're like, I'm not going to have them implicate me.
I was trying to take a nice skip through the woods, and I just found
Skip through the woods.
There's a naked beat body.
Oh, now they're
laying-
naked.
Naked beat body laying in the face in a puddle.
Right, but under those circumstances, you're probably not going to assume that maybe they just took a nap.
Naked.
If they're naked,
Bruised.
face down, and bruised.
Nap in
Hey,
quotation
Are
marks.
you okay over there? Are you all right? You need some help?
Did you get cupping done on your back? Or?
I almost don't want to be. I'm so like, I don't want to be involved that I probably would just pretend like I didn't even see it. Like I don't want to.
Are you
Like I don't want to
serious?
be involved.
Just
I don't
call it in.
You don't have to do anything.
by
You
it,
just
yeah.
call and say, hey, I think I just saw a dead body.
I think I would just tell someone. I don't think I would call 911. I'm just
Jerry
like,
O'Connell could do it. You could do it.
Let me ask you this. So on Howard Stern's show, one of the guys that works on his show was praising O.J. Simpson for his comedic performance in the Naked Gun movies. And then O.J. followed him on Twitter.
JD.
Yeah, JD. And then it freaked him out, and he blocked O.J. Would you let O.J. follow you?
He's not going to kill you.
I
He's
would.
not going to kill you, but he still
I would
Killed
allow
2 people.
I would allow him to follow me. I allow a lot of people I don't like to follow me. Envy my life.
Like who?
I don't think I would.
You think that O.J. Simpson's going to envy your life?
I'm not a murderer.
Yet.
Guess.
Some bitch coughing at a sushi restaurant. That could all change.
No, but I don't want to be involved. Like, I'm just like, I don't want to.
What if it was like somebody else? What if it was like Stephen Avery from Making a Murderer? He got out and he follows you on Twitter. Is there anybody that would...
Does he give shout-outs on his Twitter? Will it get me more
no
followers?
punctuation, but yeah.
Or who's the one with the kid? Or without the kid?
Scott
Casey
Peterson.
Anthony?
Oh, Casey Anthony.
Casey Anthony.
Oh, Casey Anthony, yeah.
Yeah. If
She's
she
kinda
followed
hot.
you... Alan, if she followed you on Twitter, what would you...
I'm an influencer.
No, I don't care who follows me on Twitter. What do I care? I wouldn't care if OJ followed me. It's not like I'm going to be...
I'd feel weird about it.
It's not like I'm going to be DMing OJ Simpson.
Those people are
there could be people following me now on social media who have killed people.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, but like a high-profile person...
Well, murder's murder.
Yeah.
Like, if I don't know
and
about
then
it.
and then he's retweeting everything you say. Is like, this Alan's so funny.
And by the way, how would you know if OJ was following you?
It says...
Yeah, it lets you know.
How?
It tells you when new
in
people
your
follow
notifications,
you.
yeah.
But
You don't know when people
I see what you mean. Yeah. In your timeline, it says
Yeah.
so. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I wouldn't care. OJ's, I mean, these Nordberg.
Murderers
Nordberg made me laugh. It's not my fault he killed people.
Murderers that were acquitted are the best influencers. They influenced the whole jury to get them off. So tell me what type of pull that is. Like, America hates me, and I still got away scot-free.
Huh.
What about George, what's his face, in Florida?
Zimmerman.
Ooh. How many followers does he have?
clout
Don't know.
chasing murderers.
Is he verified?
Probably
He's
not.
a verified murderer.
The more verified users you have, the more high profile you
He is a verified murderer. Hey, Carlos in Miami, speaking of Florida.
Hey, how's everybody?
What's going on, man?
Hey, well, I originally called about the child porn thing, but when you started talking about OJ, I used to deliver to OJ. He's actually a nice guy, just like every serial killer out there.
Well, yeah, he doesn't. He's not trying to kill you. He's a nice guy unless he wants to kill you.
Yeah, and I told you this once before. I used to work for DHL.
Yeah.
One day he was coming out. I was going in. I rolled down my window and I go, "Hey, my wife loves you." We had a hell of a laugh. You know.
Yeah, because your wife is still
And
alive.
down here- well, no, my wife.
Yeah,
my wife loves you.
Your wife is still alive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, but he laughed. He used to sign knives here. There's a place down the road called Bahama Breeze. And he used to hang there all the time. And whatever knife was in front of him, he used to sign it for you.
That's why I can't with
You
people,
know?
man.
Yeah.
That's where I
it's-
draw the line.
Like I said.
I mean, if you got out of the whole thing, I guess you just... He's like the OG troll. He's the OJ troll. OJ troll. Yeah, I don't know.
Have you seen... There is somebody was interviewing him when all this happened, and a lady came up to him and said, "Oh, you're a murderer, this and that." And later on, he went to the reporter's room with a knife in his hand.
I don't remember that.
It's a video out there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Listen, all he can
the
say
next-
is, I was acquitted.
Room service.
Room service. I heard you needed a Reuben cut in half. That's why I'm here. All right. Thank you, Carlos.
Wait a minute.
Okay.
The Clown and the Ice Cream Man. It's a podcast about serial killers /
Good pun.
child
Oh,
pornography.
jeez.
Why
And it's
would
called the
anybody
ice.
listen to
It's called the
that?
ice cream truck and the clown.
It's called The Ice Cream Man and the Clown, which is Gates. Who's the one
Gacy.
that did the clown pictures?
Oh,
Gacy.
John Wayne Gacy.
Gacy, and there was another guy that was like an ice cream man.
Pennywise.
But it's only like an 8-part series.
Okay.
Dude, they bring it back down to like where in Michigan they had an island where they used to take kids. And there's so many connections. They just keep following the dots.
I just
So this
watched.
day, and each time,
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Carlos. I just watched that Gacy documentary on Peacock, and I was a kid when that happened. So I remember it being on the front page in the news. So I didn't think there'd be anything new in it. There was a lot of stuff in there that I had never seen before. It's pretty wild.
I don't know a lot about it. What was he? A serial killer
He was a serial, one of the
killed
biggest
young
ever.
boys.
Like
Yeah.
34 bodies that they attached him to. Yeah. But by all accounts, he was like,
He was a party clown.
Yeah, but he did a lot of other things. So it was like pictures of him with like Rosalind Carter because he like canvassed for Carter and all this weird stuff.
Hey, Twitter world, it's me, yours truly. Well, I hope you had a good weekend as I had, boy. It started off with my 49ers drafting Trey Lance. I really wanted him to get that.
I like how he says yours truly.
Yeah.
Hey, everybody, it's yours truly. Yep. Hey, do you remember who this guy is? Played it on Friday.
Cleveland is perceived to be the butthole of the world sometimes, right?
That's the mayor of Cleveland calling the place a butthole, of course.
Would you let him follow you on Twitter?
He might be. Frank Jackson, by the way, has announced he will not seek a 5th term in office.
Wow.
He's bailing out. I think he sees the writing on the wall.
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah, I think 4 terms is enough. Oh, man. So Frank Jackson not going to go one more time around the block.
Steve Harvey? Come on.
He's going to come back and be the mayor?
Yeah.
He's got stuff going on.
Turn this city around.
All right, if you want to get the last word in, send me a text, 35192. Next chance for you to grab $1,000 is ahead of you, too. There's going to be another keyword coming up at 6:30 for you to go fund yourself.
The Alan Cox
songs from women who are strong, fearless, and talented just like her. Happy Mother's Day from iHeart. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
iHeartRadio. The Alan Cox Show.
Spoiler alert, they won't all be home runs. The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Speaking of which, the Tribe swept the Royals.
Great.
4-0 was the final on Game 4 today. The Businessman Special. So they're Royals, Tribe, and White Sox tied for first in the division there.
Tribe's got sole possession of first now.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Beautiful. Well, good for them, man. Okay, we got to go. What do you got coming up, William?
New episode of the Bill Squire Show is going to drop tomorrow morning. You can check that out on the iHeartRadio app, YouTube, or wherever you get your podcasts. Then follow me on Twitter and Instagram at Bill Squire. And this weekend, I am recording a comedy album. It's a clean album. And I'm doing shows Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at Hilarities on 4th Street. You can get tickets at hilarities.com. Saturday's close to sold out. Friday's getting close to sold out. And Sunday, plenty of tickets available. So bring your mom on Sunday. She'll have some laughs. It's clean. She can enjoy it.
Some larfs. Mm-hmm. Poundcake?
Radio Cody B on Twitter and Instagram. And check out the latest Poundcake podcast at AlanCoxShow.com or iHeartRadio.
Okay, cool. I'm out tomorrow, so we will talk to you again on Monday. The Week in Cox is every Sunday morning, 8 to 10. If you catch it live on WMMS, 8 to 10 a.m., but it's also got its own podcast, too. So the Week in Cox podcast is on the iHeartRadio app, as is this show, of course. Every day you can get it on the app. If you want to rather watch the show, you certainly can. The YouTube channel is The Alan Cox Show. And you can leave a message anytime. The After Hours line is 216-986-8903. You should just drop us a message about something, whatever crosses the transom of your mind. And that is all. Rachel Elliott is next after 6:30, about 5 minutes away from the next chance for you to grab $1,000 and go fund yourself. So listen closely for that. And thanks, guys, for hanging out. We'll talk to you later.